Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'll now open this inquiry. As you know, the inquiry concerns the appeal by the Park of Keir partnership against the refusal by Stirling Council to grant planning permission in principle for a proposed development on land at Park of Keir in Dunblane. The development would include a number of elements, which I'll just briefly summarise. There would be a new tennis and golf centre, including a museum and visitor centre, indoor and outdoor tennis courts, a golf course with clubhouse and practice areas, a hotel with leisure and conference facilities, multi-user sports pitch and outdoor play area, cycle trails and footpaths, new access roads and junction, new tree planting and landscaping, a suds pond and associated drainage works, car parking and servicing, and enabling housing development. So my name's Timothy Bryan. I'm a reporter within the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, normally referred to as DPEA, and I've been appointed by the Scottish Ministers to conduct the inquiry and to prepare a report and a recommendation to them as to whether to allow or to reject the appeal. Ministers recalled the appeal for their own determination because they consider the potential economic, tourism and sporting benefits of the proposal to be an issue of national importance. Now, you'll remember I held a pre-examination meeting at the Victoria Halls in Dunblane back on the 21st of June. I think many of you were there. At that stage, we established the arrangements for the inquiry, also who was going to take part, and the procedures in the run-up to the inquiry. Those were confirmed in the note of the pre-examination meeting, which was sent to all of the parties and was displayed on the DPA website. So I should also introduce my colleagues assisting me today. My colleagues, there's Jane Robertson at the back of the room, who is responsible for the administration of the case, and many or all of you will have either corresponded or spoken to Jane at some stage or other. Also here today is Ewan Murray, on my right, who's webcasting the proceedings of the inquiry. The proceedings are to be broadcast to the internet, that's the idea, with the aim that anyone who's not able to attend the inquiry will be able to watch the proceedings on the DPA website. Now, the aim is that that should both be live and also recording, but we have an issue with Wi-Fi today, which means that if you want to watch us on the internet, you'll have to watch the recording at the end of the day. We're hoping to remedy that, and the aim would be from tomorrow onwards that we'll be broadcasting live, and there'll be a catch-up at the end of the day for those of you who'd wish to make a check on what you might not have seen. So this is, as I mentioned at the pre-examination meeting, this is part of a strategy to try and improve public access to the inquiry system and just make it easier for parties to keep up with the proceedings. Can you all hear me okay? That's the most important thing. If at any stage in the proceedings either my voice drops or others who are trying to project their voices drop, please let me know. It's a public inquiry, and the essential point about that is we should all be able to hear the proceedings as they go on. The microphones are the key, and I don't want to labour the point, but if any of you is speaking into the microphone, you'll need to switch on the microphone. That's the obvious bit. But when you're no longer speaking or somebody else is speaking, you need to switch off the microphone. Otherwise, the system will not pick up what is being said, and that will have implications for what we hear in the room and also what is broadcast to the web. So it's very important that we remember that and make sure that everyone can hear everything that is being said. A couple of housekeeping points, please, before I ask people to introduce themselves. Firstly, as far as the fire safety arrangements are concerned, I've been told there's no plan for a fire alarm to be set off today. So if you hear the alarm go off, it's for real. Then there are two options to you. One is the door to my left, and the other is a door that we came in. And either way, you should go around the side of the building and assemble in the car park at the front. Okay, another plea at this stage, please, and that's to switch off mobile phones or put them on silent so we don't distract each other as we go along. So, let's kick off then, and I'll ask the parties to confirm who's taking part in the inquiry and the hearing sessions, and after that I'll reiterate the procedures that we're going to be following. So starting with the appellants, please.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name's Neil Collar, solicitor, and I'm representing the appellant. I don't know, sir, do you want me to list the witnesses we're calling, or I suspect that's known to everyone?
Thank you, Mr. Collar. It might be helpful if you could list them in the order that you're proposing to lead them.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, these things occasionally are subject to timings, but the proposal is that we would start with Ms Cannon and then have Mrs Murray and Mr Dodds. Somewhere in that order we would insert Mr Dale just to accommodate his availability, and I'm anticipating his evidence will be fairly short. And then Mr Krummerer, Mr Burney and Mr Handley.
Thank you, that's very helpful. And who's representing Stirling Council, the planning authority?
Good morning, sir. Mark McMurray, solicitor, representing the planning authority at Stirling Council. To my left I have Jay Dawson, planning officer at the council, and to Mr Dawson's left I have Jane Brooks Burnett, who's going to be the council's sole witness.
Thank you, Mr McMurray. And now who's representing, can I ask firstly who's representing residents against green belt erosion, RAGE as we will be referring to them?
Good morning, sir. My name is Maurice O'Carroll. I'm a member of the Scottish Bar. I'm representing the Residents Against Green Belt Erosion, which has now been acronymed to RAGE, and I'll be referring to them as that throughout. My witnesses, I have 5 witnesses who are going to be Mark Ruskell, MSP, Dr. Ian Thompson, Chris Whaley, Malcolm Allen, and finally Geoffrey Harris.
And at this stage, do you have a running order, Mr. Carroll?
That was also the running order, as far as I know.
You're going to have to give that again, and I'll put them in order.
I think your office has been corresponding with regard to the availability of and timing of Mr. Ruskell, but as things currently stand, it would be as follows: Mark Ruskell, MSP, Dr. Ian Thompson, Mr. Chris Whaley, Malcolm Allen, and Geoffrey Harris.
Thank you. And Mr. O'Carroll, you're available for part of the inquiry, but not all, is that right?
I'm now available. Yes, that's correct. I'll be appearing for part of the inquiry only. Dates to be determined, certainly for all of the appellant's evidence.
Thank you. And who is appearing here for the Community Council, Dunblane Community Council?
There are 2 of us who are representing the Community Council, myself, David Prescott.
Rosemary Hunter.
I am down as the Community Council witness, but obviously we are working together because of the availability of our own time. I'm hoping to be available most of the time, but Rosie is also here most of the time. Okay.
Thank you. And who is representing on Bathy Developments, please?
Yes, good morning, sir. My name's Colin Innes and I'm a partner in the firm of Ship and Wedderburn. I'm instructed by Mr. Stuart McGarvey on behalf of Bathy Developments, and I have a single witness, which is Mr. Stuart McGarvey of McGarvey & Co Limited.
Thank you. So I need now to say a little about the procedures that we're going to be employing at the inquiry. These are essentially also set out in the note of the pre-examination meeting. There's going to be a number of topics that are going to be considered at a formal inquiry session where the witnesses will be open to cross-examination. And just to restate what those are, they are a series of questions that I posed. Firstly, do the proposals comply with relevant Greenbelt Greenbelt policies? Secondly, do the proposals represent sustainable development? What would be the impact on sport, recreation and tourism? What would be the net economic impact on a local and national scale of the proposed development? And finally, is the proposed housing development necessary or justified to enable the other elements of the proposal to go ahead? We'll also have a more informal hearing session. That's essentially a discussion which will be led by myself towards the end of the inquiry, and that will consider what conditions and or legal agreements would be required if planning permission were granted for the proposed development. And I'd underline that that's a standard procedure at inquiries. It doesn't in any sense prejudge the outcome. But as I also said at the pre-examination meeting, if a topic is not on the list that I've just read out, it doesn't mean that I regard it as unimportant. It just means that I already have enough written material on the topic, or that it's an issue that's best considered on site rather than at the inquiry. And all the written material that's already been lodged, including the petitions, the numerous letters of objection and letters of support, will also be taken into account in any case. So those who are not taking part in the inquiry but who have already written in can rest assured that their views will be taken into account. So as far as the order of the evidence is concerned, we agreed that essentially at the pre-examination meeting, and that means we'll hear the evidence from the appellant's witness from Park of Keir Limited first, before hearing from the council and then the other objectors. But we'll need to agree the order in which the objectors give their evidence. And I'm largely in your hands on that. One option would be, I'm aware of the constraints that some parties have, and one option would be to take the Dunblane Community Council evidence before Arne Bathy and Rage in a block at the end, because Rage have the largest number of witnesses, but also there might be an advantage in hearing them as a block rather than fragmented between other witnesses who might have limited availability. Any thoughts on that sequence? I'm open to your views on that.
Sir, Maurice Carroll for the Rage. I must confess, I had just assumed it would go in the same order as you just stated with regard to the evidence there. So in other words, it would just simply be for Rage, then followed by the Community Council and Arne Bathy. In fact, the order that's on this table, it seemed to me that what was going to be done. With regard to that, certainly I'm happy to accede to the availability of other parties. I think Mr Prescott might have a difficulty with regard to next week. The only thing I would say is that Rage would like to have, obviously, all of their witnesses heard together in one block, but wherever that can be accommodated, I'm quite flexible.
Yes, I was conscious of Mr Prescott's difficulty in that I believe you have a difficulty next week, Mr Prescott, and that my thought was, let's assume for the sake of argument that the appellant's evidence takes 2 days or runs into a third day. Then that would then allow us to take the council next, still this week, and that would still potentially, because the council has a single witness, that would potentially still give us time to deal with the single witness from the Community Council and the single witness from Bathy this week. Now, if we get ahead of that, that's fine. We might be able to start the Rage witness on Friday or even before then. But if we took the Dunblane Community Council evidence immediately after the Council's evidence, then I'd be confident we could fit that in this week. And then that would allow us to take Rage as a single entity, which is what I would prefer and clearly what you would prefer. How does that sound?
I agree with that, sir. Sounds fine.
So the only difficulty that I have is Mr McGarvey may have difficulties on Thursday, but apart from that, would be available. But I don't think that would necessarily interfere with that timing that was set out.
Okay, I'm sure we can accommodate Mr McGarvey's availability. As I say, I'm entirely in your hands as to how long each of these blocks of evidence takes, because it will depend on largely on the extent of the cross-examination. But I'm pretty confident that we can get through, let's say, the appellant and the objectors minus Rage, and possibly the first bit of Rage's evidence this week, given the number of witnesses we've got. What I suggest is we revisit this in a couple of days' time, because it will depend entirely on how the cross-examination goes. And if there's any worry after a couple of days that the witnesses who have limited availability might not have their slots, then we can adjust the proceedings to make sure that they are accommodated. So if you just prompt me in a couple of days' time if you're concerned about the availability of any of your witnesses, I'm sure we can accommodate when they're available. Okay. I'm not going to make a firm prediction now on how many days the inquiry is likely to take, but I think it's likely to spill over into next week, is my prediction, and it might run for a couple of days or more next week. We'll just have to take that as it comes, providing we make sure that we're taking the witnesses on the days when they're available. Okay, as far as the daily programme is concerned, my aim is to continue starting at 10 in the morning, and unless we get behind schedule, in which case with parties' agreement we can bring that time forward. We'll sit until about 4:30 to 5 in the evening, depending on how the evidence is going, and we'll have a break for lunch of about an hour, starting at a convenient time between 12:30 and 1. So I'm hoping that those arrangements will be agreeable to the parties. A little bit more on the procedure. During what we would call the evidence in chief, each witness at the inquiry session will be invited to read their precognition, and then they will be subject to cross-examination by the opposing parties. And after that, there will be an opportunity for what we call re-examination by the witness's advocate or representative. I stress that cross-examination is normally from opposing parties. We don't encourage parties on the same side of the argument to ask each other questions. That's not the purpose of the inquiry. The purpose of the inquiry is to test the evidence, and that's best done by cross-examination through those on the other side of the argument. So when all the evidence is then complete, each of the participating parties will be given the opportunity to make a closing statement, also known as a closing submission, and those will be heard in the reverse of the order that the evidence presented. The key point being that the appellant's closing statement will be heard last. Now, it's important that I receive the closing statements in typed form before they're read. It's not satisfactory to be trying to note down important statement like that as we go. So there'll be two options available to us. One will be to take possibly a short break in order for those closing submissions to be prepared, and then they would be delivered orally at the inquiry. The other option would be to exchange them in writing electronically afterwards. And I'm happy to go along with the parties on this. I think there may be, given the degree of public interest in this case, I think my hunch would be we'd be better to do the traditional method of reading the closing submissions at the proceedings. But I'm happy to take soundings on that. Any thoughts?
Sir, I've always found the electronic exchange works well, and obviously the electronic versions are then available on the website for anyone who does want to see them. And given that it is literally just an exercise in reading out, it does rather seem a little bit of a waste of everyone's time to turn up just to read.
So I was going to just agree with what Mr Collar said. I do wonder what the limited benefit of everyone turning up just to hear something which is, or read out something which is available in writing.
I haven't taken formal instructions on this, but my inclination would be to agree with Mr Collar on this one point.
As one community representative, I must admit I was expecting to take the opportunity to read and make our submission at the end in front of the community. I feel that that's quite important in terms of being seen to conclude the inquiry properly.
So we have no view at the moment. Thank you.
I should just add that I said I had no formal instructions, which is true, but I can see some murmuring from the rage people that are here in the auditorium here. So it seems that the view of Mr Prescott is shared by those that are instructing me.
Okay, thank you. I'm not going to make a firm decision on that just now. I think we can revisit that later on next week, depending on how timing is going. But I'm happy at that stage to go along with the consensus of the parties. Okay, thank you for that. Just a brief word on site inspection. I've already made an unaccompanied inspection of the appeal site and the surrounding area, so I'm relatively familiar with the site and its surroundings. But either during the inquiry or more likely at the end of the proceedings, I intend to make a further, more detailed site inspection, and that will be in the light of the evidence that I've heard at the inquiry. Now, I'm aware that the parties have been, or certainly I think Rage have been compiling a list of the viewpoints they'd like me to visit, and that's a very helpful venture. What I would suggest is that the parties get together on this, and if by the end of this week they could give me a list of the sites which between them they think I ought to visit, that would be very helpful. And at that point we can discuss whether it's best that I visit those sites unaccompanied or whether it's necessary for some of you to come with me. It may be that there are elements that we can do that are best done accompanied, and there are others that are done unaccompanied. The one advantage of the unaccompanied site inspection is it means I can arrange it at short notice according to the weather conditions, because viewing viewpoints in unfavourable conditions can be a wasted journey. But again, we can discuss that later in the inquiry. All I'd ask now is that each of the parties would give thought to what they think is essential I should go and see, and then we can discuss that later on, nearer the time. Okay, a technical point that I need to raise at this point, and that's in relation to revised environmental information. At the pre-examination meeting, I drew attention to the fact that the visualisations in the environmental impact assessment appeared to be based on the 100 houses that had been originally envisaged, rather than the 19 that are now proposed. So in response, the appellants have now lodged a document, PPA-390-2042, which is updated visualisations. Now, this new document is regarded to be additional environmental information for the purposes of the EIA regulations, the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations. The significance of that is that it requires to be advertised, and interested parties will have the opportunity to comment on the updated visualisations. Now, in order to do that, DPA will be placing adverts in the Sterling Observer and in the Edinburgh Gazette, allowing 28 days for comments by the parties. And we would normally allow a further 14 days for the appellant to respond. So my intention in this is that any comments that are received in response to the advertisement will be taken into account. They'll be specifically flagged up and taken into account in my report to the ministers, in addition to the evidence that we hear at the inquiry. So I'm hoping, firstly, that I'm correctly representing the new information, Mr. Collar, and also that the parties are happy with what they've heard.
Thank you, sir. Yes. I could maybe just clarify, I think, to be fair, your office, Ms Robinson, is maybe awaiting a response from my clients, which is in hand, so we will be getting back to her soon on that.
Anything else to say on that, or is everyone clear how we're handling that? Thank you. Another thing I wanted to ask at the start was whether there was any progress in relation to agreed statements. Because at the pre-examination meeting, I was encouraging the appellants and the council to get together to see if there are any basic facts or data or assumptions which could be agreed in advance to avoid wasting time at the inquiry on points that could readily be agreed as factual. Any progress to report?
Yes, sir. A reasonably final draft has been agreed, and we're very hopeful that that might actually be agreed and signed off in the course of today, and then we can circulate copies to the other parties. I mentioned to the other lawyers, it is quite deep background, so we're not anticipating it will be a document that will be used much, if at all, at the inquiry. But certainly we're hopeful that you will find it useful in writing up your report.
So for the benefit of the parties then, what sort of topics is it likely to cover?
I must confess, sir, I'm not sure where I've put my copy, but it is matters like that's better. Thank you. Yes, thank you, sir. I now have a copy. It is matters such as the description of the appeal site, the description of the proposed development, an outline of the planning history, the pre-application consultation, application background, consultation responses. It's really, sir, primarily goes through the Council's report to its planning panel and indicates the matters that the appellant agrees. We felt that was the easiest way to reach an agreement, rather than starting with brand new material and having problems agreeing drafting.
Okay, that sounds entirely non-controversial but helpful. That's your understanding as well, Mr. McMurray? Okay.
So, just wondered when it is that the interested parties are going to get a copy of this?
Sir, that's really for Mr. McMurray to answer, because we're waiting to hear from the Council.
So I expect, I believe there are only a couple of very minor points to resolve, and I expect them to be resolved at the first break today, and hopefully that will allow the statement to be signed and then can be circulated to all parties, perhaps by lunchtime.
Okay, everyone happy with that? Okay. Right, I think that probably completes what I wanted to say by way of introduction. Are there any other matters to raise at this stage on procedure or anything else relating to the inquiry?
Sir, can I just mention a concern, and this at this stage is really just putting down a marker, that as you mentioned earlier, the inquiry is into specified topics, and the concern I have on behalf of the appellants is on maybe two broad fronts. Firstly, some of the precognitions lodged appear to be of limited, if any, relevance to those topics, but more importantly, I detect within some of those precognitions quite a lot of material about transport and also landscape and visual impact. As I say, sir, at this stage I just wanted to put down the marker that the appellants obviously are prepared for this inquiry on the basis that it's only the specified topics that would be discussed. So the appellants have not called their transport witness, their transport expert, or their landscape and visual impact expert. Now, I appreciate it is difficult to narrowly focus on specified topics, and on occasion there may be a need to touch on other topics in a related sense. But I just wanted to flag up the concern, as I say, that if the discussion, either the cross-examination or the evidence from witnesses, strays too far, then I will object on the basis of fairness to the appellant, because, as I say, we have not had the opportunity to call our expert evidence on those topics.
Okay, I note the point you're making. I also note the point that you also made, which is sometimes it is difficult to bottle topics very discreetly, so that they have very firm edges. Sometimes the edges are a bit blurred, but if there is a point during the proceedings where you feel the evidence is straying well beyond what we have specified the inquiry is about, then please let me know at that stage and we can discuss it as and when. I don't know if there's anything that we ought to say, anything else we need to say at this point. Any comments?
So, just 2 points. One is relation to landscape and visual. It's inextricably linked with the effects on the green belt, and therefore that is a matter which my clients have continued to raise in relation to matters. And secondly, in relation to transport, accessibility has a key linkage to sustainable development. I think the distinction that can probably be drawn is that some of us may accept the outcomes of certain of the aspects of the environmental statement, and we're therefore exploring the policy outcomes in relation to the outcome. And therefore, I don't think the topics are out of range in terms of the matters that you have raised, but it might well be the nature in which we discuss it. So we do probably just see how we have to go, but I do lay down the marker that I think there's a direct relationship between the landscape and visual assessment and the materials submitted in that respect and the effects on the greenbelt. And similarly, when we come to look at whether or not it constitutes sustainable development, there are aspects, particularly on location, which bear upon the arguments regarding the sustainability of the development. And I propose certainly to raise those matters, but not, I fear, to the extent which Mr. Collar would be concerned about, of actually going into the technical detail of the transport assessment and arguing whether or not the figures put forward are correct or not, which clearly would be a matter which would be inappropriate to a witness that wasn't prepared for that. So I just highlight that how I propose to respond to those two matters, and I think they're squarely within the remit of the topics, but there is a limit.
Okay, thank you. I've noted those points. Anything else we need to discuss before we start to hear from the first witness? Okay, right, Mr. Collar, over to you.
Thank you, sir. As I said at the beginning, I'm appearing on behalf of the appellants, and their first witness today is Ms. Eleanor Cannon, who has lodged a precognition. And Ms. Cannon, I will ask you to read the precognition, but I think we could take the first section headed up Qualifications, Experience and Scope of Evidence. We could largely take that as read, but I think maybe the important point to note is your paragraph 1.4, where you mention that you're currently chair of Scottish Golf, the unified governing body for amateur golf in Scotland, and that, I think, neatly ties up if you then start reading from paragraph 2.1, and if you just read to the end of your precognition, including the summary and conclusions, and then I've got a few supplementary questions for you.
On behalf of Scottish Golf, I would like to give evidence that the governing body for golf is supportive of the Park of Keir project. At a time when interest in British and Scottish sport is at a high level, it is in the long-term interest of Scotland, and particularly its young people, to encourage and support the development of new sporting facilities that provide more people with the opportunity to participate in sport. A healthy economy is a robust economy which better serves the generations that will follow us. To that end, the Park of Keir project is a hugely exciting prospect and opportunity for the people of Scotland and the communities of Dunblane and Bridge of Allen. The British team's success at the Rio Olympics built on the momentum created around the 212 Games in London and the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow in 2014. The legacy of those great events must surely be an aspiration for more quality multi-sport facilities, and for those facilities to be available to people from every social background.
Could I just interject here?
Sure.
It's easier for me sometimes to ask the questions as the evidence goes along. Why the emphasis on multi-sport rather than individual sports?
At a time when funding is particularly key to develop sports across Scotland, it is the view of Scottish Golf that that is best done by collaborating across all sports and working together to build facilities within the community that allow families to participate at the same time, with perhaps different members of the family enjoying different sports, but in a safe environment that embraces all the values of the community. My view, which is in line with Scottish Golf's position, is that new entrants to the game are a vitally important part of the game's future viability in the country where the game was started. Membership clubs are important and are a key constituent component for the future success of golf in Scotland. However, membership at club level has been declining for a number of years, and Scottish Golf is now actively seeking to address this by exploring and investing in new and innovative ways of attracting people into the sport. Private membership clubs are often, perhaps understandably, structured more for the existing membership than for the pursuit of development and participation objectives. Indeed, if enthusiastic young players are identified, we need to ensure they are supported as much as possible with the appropriate help to develop to the best of their ability. Again, this is often at odds with some private member clubs who are required to prioritise their membership, which of course is entirely appropriate. What it does mean, however, is that as a governing body, Scottish Golf has to adopt different approaches to stimulate and retain interest in golf in order to reverse the trend of falling membership numbers. This is reflected in the fact that Park of Keir is a 6-hole course, an appropriate size for a beginner and entry level, rather than a 9 or 18-hole course that would be found at traditional golf clubs. At a national level, it is important to remove as many of the barriers that exist around participation in sports, specifically golf, and make the game as accessible as possible to people of every background. As Park of Keir will be a 6-hole pay-and-play venue, one of those barriers is removed. Park of Keir will also allow those who would like to learn the game but have limited time to do so in an affordable way. It is clear that society has changed and is continuing to change in terms of how sport and physical activity is accessed. More and more sports and activities are coming under one roof so that families can participate together at one venue as opposed to all going their separate ways. This can be demonstrated from the growth in the health and fitness industry in the UK over the last 2 decades. A further appeal of the Park of Keir proposal is the opportunity for sports to collaborate, which again must be in the long-term interests of Scotland. Tennis, golf and football can collaborate to help train and nurture networks of coaches, for example, and there are opportunities too around cycling and strength and conditioning. Scottish Golf encourages and facilitates collaborative working between its affiliated golf clubs around central Scotland and Park of Keir. In my capacity as Chair of Scottish Golf, there have been discussions with the partnership regarding ways that Park of Keir can work with and complement existing clubs, such as discounted rates for use of the facilities by local club members. Such measures have been agreed with the partnership in principle. The lifeblood of the club base is being able to grow new entrants to the game that are supported on the pathway to become members of clubs. This emphasises that Scottish Golf expects membership clubs and play facilities that encourage new formats of the game, along with grassroots level coaching and development, to work together as each venue has its place in terms of developing the development pathway. It is anticipated that local club members will enjoy and benefit from using these facilities. Clearly, beginners and some young people may not wish to pay or be able to afford club membership fees, but would rather learn the game at a facility of the kind being proposed and move on to join a membership club in the fullness of time. This approach is supported by Scottish Golf. Facilities that can generate increasing numbers of new participants to golf and then help to support the continued development of the game by promoting club membership to this new audience are important to existing clubs and the overall sustainability of Scottish golf. The facilities for golf at Park of Keir are such that new participant entry-level golfers can be delivered via a unique venue mix that caters in particular for young people and for beginners. However, Park of Keir also offers other facilities not always available at traditional golf clubs, such as a driving range and short game practice areas and indoor all-year-round practice facilities. Furthermore, the proposed 6-hole trainer course format is at the cutting edge in terms of current thinking in increasing golf participation and is fairly unique in Scotland. This will make one-hour golf more accessible and appealing to novices, as it can compete effectively with the increase of competing demands on family leisure time. These are important facilities that we see working alongside our network of clubs to assist them in growing the game. In conclusion, I can confirm that Scottish Golf is supportive of the project as proposed and believes that Park of Keir will become a world-class sports facility and a demonstration of Scotland's ambition and commitment to providing access to sport for all of its citizens, young and old. This ambition is consistent with Scotland and the Ladies European Tour recently winning the bid to host the largest and most prestigious ladies golf event in the world, the Solheim Cup. This event will be hosted in Scotland in 2019, not far from Park of Keir, and will help to raise the profile of ladies golf in Scotland, Europe and indeed the rest of the world. These events require sound infrastructure to ensure that when demand is stimulated, there are facilities, coaches and a workforce to capitalise on the interest and demand for our sport. This is the home of golf. We are proud of our history and the heritage of our game in Scotland. However, we are mindful of the important responsibility that those who administer sport in this country shoulder. That is to provide a legacy and to leave these games in better shape than we found them, on the foundations of a healthy and prosperous Scotland.
Thanks very much, Ms Cannon. And a few supplementary questions. If we go back to your precognition at paragraph 213, and there's some aspects there which are maybe not as obvious to non-golfers such as myself. In the final sentence, you say this will make one-hour golf more accessible. To put that into perspective, on average, how long would an 18-hole course take to play?
That very much depends on the busyness of the course and of the design of the course. But on average, I would say between 3.5 and 4 hours. Sorry?
Thank you. And then staying with your paragraph 213, you mentioned the 6-hole trainer course format. Could you just explain for us briefly what that involves?
The trainer course format involves the design of the 6-hole course. Has got very large, much larger than you would find on a traditional golf course in a membership club, holes on the putting green. So forgive me if I'm being patronising to any golfers in the room. But what that means is that it's a much more attractive, less threatening way to learn the game, and a serious, committed golfer who plays often could not compete on that golf course in order to get a handicap. So it really is for new entrants to play golf in a non-threatening, fun kind of way across mixed generations, and is a lovely way to introduce people to the game of golf. Only 14% of our members in Scotland are women, and we are constantly wanting to find new and different ways of bringing people into the game in a sport that is ageing significantly. The average age of female golfers in Scotland is 58, and of male golfers in Scotland is 52. So if we're going to grow this game, which was born in Scotland, indeed if we're just to maintain it, then it's really important that we find new and different ways of getting non-golfers into the game, excited about the game, playing the game, and then directing them towards our membership clubs in the fullness of time.
And then, get used to this eventually. And finishing off at 213, you mention, it's I think on the 4th line, just to give the context, Park of Keir also offers other facilities not always available at traditional golf clubs, such as a driving range and short game practice areas and all year practice facilities. The driving range, again, could you just explain for us briefly why that's important to golfers?
It would be very unusual to find this type of facility, a driving range facility, at one of our 608 membership clubs in Scotland, and it's a tremendous asset for a golfer to be able to go to a driving range and practice for an hour, repeatedly using balls and those balls being collected up for you. It's a much more efficient way of practicing the game, and it's another great way of family members introducing new golfers into the family by taking them along to the driving range. So by and large, what you would find is golfers throughout the country at our membership clubs being delighted by this type of facility opening up in the vicinity.
Can I just ask, if you wanted to access a golf driving range in the area presently, where would you go?
Please forgive me. My only knowledge of somewhere in the vicinity would be at the 5-star Gleneagles Hotel. That's the only one I know of, but I perhaps will leave that to another witness to clarify.
Sorry, you can't answer questions on behalf of... You can store that up as something that you can ask later on or put to one of your own witnesses. Thank you.
Can I just come in? Is it okay if I come in? Just to be clear about what I'm saying by that, this facility, when I say there's no other similar one in the area, will be all weather, so it will be covered, and it will have the facility to allow individuals through the winter months, when it's usually quite challenging to be able to play golf in the winter months, and I don't believe there's that facility in the vicinity. My apologies.
Going back to your precognition, on the same page but going up to the top, and it's the carryover in your paragraph 210, and it refers to complementing existing clubs. And you mentioned in that paragraph discussions about how the Park of Keir facility could work with and complement existing clubs. You've seen Mr Wally's precognition. He's from the Bridge of Ellen Golf Club. In your view, do the concerns he's expressing in his precognition misunderstand the Park of Keir proposals?
I completely understand the position that Bridge of Ellen Golf Club are taking, and it is my view that as a membership club they absolutely have to protect the interests of their members. However, this position in terms of being able to offer discounted rates for new members was something which was agreed in the last couple of weeks in working alongside the Park of Keir team, and so in recognition of that, I'm not sure that Bridge of Ellen Golf Club would have been aware of that position at the point at which their statement was written.
If you excuse me jumping in your precognition a bit, if we go to your paragraph 3.1 and your summary and conclusions, paragraph 3.1, you end by mentioning young and old. Mr Wally's precognition mentions young people a lot. So Park of Keir isn't just about young people.
Golf is a sport that one can play throughout one's life, and that's reflected indeed in the average age of golfers in Scotland right now. So I would say that actually this facility would be a tremendous asset to golfers in the community at whatever age. But more importantly, particularly as society has changed and women and men, mothers and fathers, are now working in a way that perhaps they weren't both in generations gone by. This provides a super facility, or would provide a super facility, which would allow families to learn the game in a way that absolutely embraces the fact that both parents are now working. So we need to find new and different ways of introducing professional people, young people, older people to the game, and it's a game that can be enjoyed across all generations and with all generations of family.
Finally, the reporter asked you about multi-sport facilities, and you explained that point. Do you see the Park of Keir facility acting as a catalyst for similar multi-sport facilities then around Scotland?
The new governing body of golf in Scotland, Scottish Golf, recognises that they've got a job to do in terms of inspiring and supporting catalysts for change going forward that get new people into the game. And I think this is an excellent opportunity for us to prove that working alongside clubs, collaborating with local clubs, such that individuals are being directed to those clubs once they've established their interest and joy of the sport, would provide an excellent template for future developments across Scotland in new and different formats, which allow the game to complement much more family life as it is evolving in Scotland.
Thank you, Ms Cannon. That was all the questions I had, and if you wait, I'm sure others will have questions for you.
We probably ought to agree the order of cross-examination. I mean, the simplest thing for me would be to run from, from this end of the table to the far end of the table. Is everyone happy with that? I think the... Yep.
I think as the non-professional, we would believe that the benefit of the inquiry is that the professionals go first, and then if they have left any pieces that we would have wished to cover, we will then try and cover them afterwards, perhaps in our own way, if that would be satisfactory.
Okay, so let's suggest then that we start with the Council, then Rage, then Arne Bathy, and then the Community Council. That makes every sense. Okay, thank you. Right, Mr McMurray.
Sorry, I have no questions for Ms Cannon.
I have some questions, sir. Hi. Ms Cannon, thank you for clarifying the issue with regard to driving range, and certainly you did with supplementary questions from Mr Collar. Would I be right, I'm not a golfer either, but would I be right in understanding that a driving range would normally have certain elements to it which would include the following, and I'll take them each in turn. Would it have floodlighting typically? That's a question.
It very much depends on the local area. So, for example, there's a driving range at Crail, which does not, Crail Golf Club, which incorporates Balcomie Golf Course and Craighead, that does not have floodlights.
Is it your understanding that this facility will have floodlighting?
My understanding is that this facility may have, would not have floodlighting. No, that's my understanding.
Covered bays?
Most driving ranges do have covered bays, yes.
Netting?
Very much depends on the design of the driving range. You know, some golf clubs have netting beside the first tee, as does mine. I don't know whether or not this would have netting.
Sorry, I'm going to betray my ignorance here. How do you prevent the balls from going where they shouldn't go if you don't have some sort of form of netting?
Sorry, netting, I'm imagining netting being an enclosed bay where you hit the ball and it gets caught by netting. In my experience, normally when one goes to a driving range, one would find that it was an enclosed area with an area which was enclosed by fencing that stopped balls going out.
Now, we've heard your evidence and indeed some additional comments you have made in response to additional questioning with regard to this facility that this would, opportunity that this would present. And just by reference to that in general terms, looking at 2.5 and 2.6 of your recognition, I'd like to talk to you about existing clubs. And you mentioned at 2.5 and 2.6 that there has been a tail off of membership or people being introduced into it. Would you be able to accept that existing clubs are aware of that particular issue and are doing what they can to address it?
Absolutely.
So is it not fair to say then that with regard to existing clubs, what they in fact need is help? The existing clubs need help, which is better directed towards those that are there at present, rather than investing scarce resources into new facilities at Park of Keir.
I completely accept that clubs across Scotland need and deserve help and support in terms of their existing membership. And I also recognise that in tough economic conditions, it becomes increasingly challenging for clubs to be able to maintain the facilities that they have enjoyed. And that is why it is really important that as a governing body we inspire and attract new entrants into the game using different formats that in essence clubs cannot provide and which don't allow individuals to get handicaps, such that the only way that they could then get a handicap is to join a club. And we would work hard to make sure that the communication and collaboration between the Park of Keir centre and the clubs was absolutely at its best in that regard.
Well, I hear that, but again, continuing on the theme of scarcity of public funds and funds brought from other public bodies that we're aware of, and we'll get into that later with the economics of it. But with the fact that the scarce resources, that is, they are finite, that given that they are scarce, is it not better, or is it not more appropriate that you should give money should go to existing clubs and give them financial support to help them improve their facilities and for themselves to attract new players rather than to create a new facility?
Well, across Scotland, many golf clubs share the same community, and we are working hard with golf clubs such that they work together to share their facilities across sites. So in response to your question, I think it's important that as a governing body we aim to do both, and that looking after existing membership of course is important, but attracting new entrants into the game is certainly very much the role of the governing body.
Your aim is to do both, you say, but on the assumption for the purpose of this question that it is not possible to do both, would the essential draw of funding and the attractiveness of a new facility, would the net result of that be simply to abandon current clubs to their fate?
Well, I hear the question, and I think it's really, really important to re-emphasise and restate what I've already said, which is for current members of golf clubs who enjoy affiliation and enjoy having a handicap, they would not be able to maintain that handicap were they to join Park of Keir, nor would they be able to get a handicap if they were to join Park of Keir. They would have to join an affiliated golf club.
But you're concentrating there on the ability to obtain a handicap, but surely in terms of the resources and the attractiveness for this facility for golfers and, as you say, for families, would thereby diminish the attractiveness and therefore the viability of current existing clubs?
Having a handicap is an integral part of the
Yes.
competition of golf. So in answer to your question, in order to have a handicap, one would have to join a local golf club if one was attracted to the game through Park of Keir, and if one chose to play at Park of Keir and leave the local golf club, one would only have a trainer course, a 6-hole course with large holes, which would not allow you to maintain or indeed get a handicap.
Moving on to a different paragraph of your recognition, if we go to 2.8. You're saying there at a national level it is important to remove as many of the barriers that exist around participation in sport. With regard to these particular barriers that currently exist, I'd like you to have in front of you a production which has got the title, the number Rage 008. I'm not quite sure what arrangements are for having documents placed to witnesses.
Was it number 8?
Yes.
Is that golf report and Shaw?
Yes, it is. Thank you. Now, 2.8, you state that with Park of Keir, one of those barriers is removed, that is, in terms of the barriers that currently exist with current facilities. Can we see then, if you go to pages 2 and 3 of that production, and then if you go on to over the page to the end of the 3rd page, going on to the 4th page, which is entitled 9-hole golf courses within 15 miles of Park of Keir. Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yeah.
And you'll see that there's a number of different possibilities there that are stated. Do you disagree with the availability of any of those facilities currently at present?
I don't disagree, no.
No. So we can see then from that evidence with regard to facilities in the area, which you accept, that there are a large number of facilities which, as you can see from the pricing that is stated there, which are accessible to people who live locally. Is that correct?
I accept that.
So in terms of, and is it also your understanding that no clubs in the locale of Park of Keir have joining fees?
I'm sorry?
Is it your understanding, it is my understanding, is it also yours, that there are no clubs within the area, within the Dunblane area, within the catchment area that we're dealing with here, that have joining fees?
I accept that.
Right. And that indeed none of them have waiting lists?
I accept that.
Okay. So, in terms of what's there at present, and in a sense it ties on with my earlier questions, can we not then see that we have a large number of facilities which are there, and therefore the barriers as you would have them don't exist?
I would go back to the point that I consistently made, which is I accept that facilities are there. Those facilities are, it would appear to me, are for people who play golf currently and not for new entrants to the game. And the Park of Keir proposal very much embraces this trainer course, which allows people to learn the game whilst playing the game on a 6-hole golf course with very large holes. So that's what I mean when I say it removes a barrier in terms of entrance, and also the pay and play facility means that you don't have to pay a membership fee to join.
Well, we've all agreed that nowhere that we've discussed has a membership fee to join, so we'll agree that. But also, are you aware?
Sorry, you said. Sorry, am I allowed to say something?
Sorry, if my question was wrong, please carry on.
What you said was joining fee.
Yeah.
Which means.
So switch the microphone up on the
Okay. So what happens with a joining fee in some clubs is you have to pay an amount of money to join a club. You then have to pay a membership fee, which is an annual membership fee. And what you have indicated is, and I'm not disputing it, is that there's no joining fee, but there is a membership fee to play at local clubs. And that would not exist at Park of Keir. Sorry, it's and please forgive me if I'm being patronising, but it's a particular facet of golf club membership that some clubs have joining fees, which might equate to what an annual membership fee is, and then they also have an annual membership fee.
Going back to the tables that are there produced in the production I've drawn your attention to, we can see that there's a third column on the second page which is headed Pay and Play.
Yeah.
We can see then that all the facilities mentioned there have a Pay and Play facility.
Absolutely. I would. I think if you read my recognition, it talks about the cost, and I would not envisage the cost at Park of Keir to be consistent with the cost that's summarised here.
And in terms of the Pay and Play over at 9-hole golf courses, that's also something that is readily available within the area that we're talking about.
I do see that, yes.
So again, it brings me back to the same question before we got slightly tied up with terminology there, is that really what is there at present provides all of the things that you say the new facility will bring.
There are no current facilities for trainer courses with large holes in the area.
Okay, we'll leave aside the large holes issue, and we'll leave aside the handicap issue, because it's all about the large holes and the handicaps. But is it also your understanding that that the university, for example, has a junior course, and that there's plenty of facilities which are aimed at attracting juniors to the game?
I don't dispute that at all.
So again, leaving aside the large holes issue, what we really have then is, within the area, we have a large number of courses that are set out here on this table and brought together, show that apart from that one point, that what is there at present is available on a pay-and-play basis without the need for a joining fee, which is accessible and indeed is directed towards young people at present, just as you state.
As in response earlier, I suggested that this isn't just about young people, but it's about all generations. And I also stated that it's really important that we work hard to get new entrants into the game for the benefit of all local clubs, which are very helpfully stated here. And this trainer course format would really be a superb pipeline for new entrants into the game to then go on and join the local clubs, and we would work very hard to facilitate that.
Okay, I'm just going to summarise this one more time, and then we're going to leave it, and I'll go on to something else. But the pipeline point that you just mentioned in your last answer, and to attracting young people to the game, and in terms of the facility that we have, I'll try one more time, but have I not really covered those points with the questioning I've put to you and the things that you've already agreed? That we have a pay-and-play facility, we have certain projects, certainly with the university, and not just them, with others, that are directed towards introducing young people to the game, as well as current members who might be in the middle age bracket that you describe. So the point is, I'm trying to asking you to accept, is that in fact, in terms of the so-called new facilities that you're describing, those are there in abundance at present, and the only difference between what is there at present, which should be supported by means of funds, and what you're saying that the Park of Keir will provide, is the presence of large holes on a 6-hole course.
Absolutely. And for anybody that is close to the game of golf, learning it is tough and difficult and challenging, because you have an 18-hole format which really is designed to meet the needs of existing players with handicaps. This format is a new one, it's innovative, it is something which we believe as the governing body will serve to attract new players to the game, and therefore serve to be a pipeline to all the local clubs.
Thank you. As I said, I'd move on from that point then. With regard to the effect on existing courses at the moment, now you have also mentioned Bridge of Allen. You were directed to it by Mr. Collar in supplementary questions. They obviously have lodged an objection to this particular application. With regard to then enjoining other clubs to participate, has there been any consultation with Bridge of Allen Golf Club, for example?
My understanding is that there was consultation as part of the consultation process, and I can also confirm that we've had long conversations with Bridge of Allen Golf Club in the past few days about the positions of Scottish Golf and of Bridge of Allen.
Again, I think the final question really that needs to be asked with regard to this is that you say you would complement existing clubs. Obviously, since you're aware of Bridge of Allen's objection, and no doubt you'll have read what has been said on their behalf, essentially I suppose the fear is, perhaps one might think with some justification, that where you have a glittering new facility that offers the 6-hole facility that we're looking at with Park of Keir, that eventually is simply going to suck the life out of the existing clubs that are in the area.
I accept that that would be a concern, and I accept that it is a concern, but I also would stress in supporting this, we would work incredibly hard to make sure that this facility complemented local clubs. And that is why we have negotiated with the Park of Keir project to allow local members reduced rates in using these facilities, and we would work hard to make sure that any new talent, whatever age they are, who find the game through this facility would be directed towards the local clubs in a really constructive, helpful, supportive and warm manner.
Well, we've discussed the similarity of rates between what is suggested for Park of Keir and what is there at present. It seems that there's not that much difference when you're looking at the looking at the pay and play. Is that right? Okay.
Could I have the information, please?
Whatever
it is you're looking at.
The document I just took you to, the Rage 008.
Rage 008.
And you'll see there, as I alerted you to before, the third column of that is the pay and play rates that are there. And we're looking at dollar, for example, £15, Glenbervie £15, Alloa, different rates depending on the time. And then over in the nine hole, which perhaps is more comparable, we're looking at figures of 8, 12, 10, 15, and so on, different rates in summer, winter. And so we've discussed all of those. As I understand it, the proposed rate in terms of business case that's been put is that there would be £14. Is it? No, that's £6.50. So anyway, a more or less comparable rate is proposed for the new facility. So that was the starting point of the question. Is that, as I understand it, the rates to use on a pay-and-play basis would be roughly comparable between one facility and the other, and between the new facility and the existing facilities. Do you accept that?
In reading the paper that you've put together, I do not accept that it's comparable if it's £6.50. That's the proposed rate. I don't accept that that's comparable with all of the costs that are linked here. 35, 45, 45, 50, £50.50. From 75 to 185, depending on the time of year, 30, 40, 20, 40, 20, 30, 50.
What are you referring to there?
I'm referring to the, in the document that I've been directed to, which is 008, which is the golf report by Anne Shaw, which lists for all of the local clubs what the pay and play fee is. And I was reading out the pay and play fees.
Just to be fair, that was the 18 holes, whereas I was directing you to the 9-hole.
Okay, well,
section.
at the 9-hole, the costs for the 9-hole are 15, 10, 12, 12, 20, 8, 10, 12, and there are 5 and 580 in. There's two clubs, Brucefield Family Centre, which is a 9-hole par 3 course, and Stirling University, which offer comparable rates to the Park of Keir.
So we have, certainly within the available locality, comparable rates offered by existing facilities. What you said in the answer before, that last one before we clarified that, was that you would work incredibly hard to ensure that the new facility would complement those existing.
Yes, that's correct.
And as part of that answer, you said that there would possibility of being reduced rates for
Local members.
For local members. So
if I'm a member...
Sorry, I haven't quite got to the question yet.
Oh, sorry.
So I was just simply recapping what you had said a moment ago. So we're looking then at a brand new facility that you say is going to be complementing existing facilities, but in the same answer you're then telling us that it will have reduced rates for local members. Now, seems fairly obvious, doesn't it, that if you were to embark upon that, human nature being what it is, people will flock to the new facility with the reduced rate given to them, with the result that existing facilities will be left to wither on the vine. Is that not a fair comment?
I don't believe that's fair. As a golfer who wants to practice their game, then having these facilities nearby would be complementary to golf club membership and would be an excellent way of introducing family and friends to the game in a non-threatening, helpful way, which essentially is a step between a pitch and putt and a golf course. It is a trainer facility which would complement the local clubs in their drive to increase membership. And I believe that having reduced rates for established golfers with handicap to be able to go and use the driving range and to be able to use the putting facilities and the indoor facilities during the winter would not be a threat to local clubs, because they simply could not maintain their handicap, which is an integral part of the sport of golf, at this new facility.
If I could go on to paragraph 212 of your recognition. If you could go to another production, please, which is POK 8.3, which is the outline business case which I referred to earlier. Just to clarify that point then, just in fairness then to have that in front of you, at 5:15 we're seeing that the golf course green fee would be $650 for adults and $350 for a junior. Oh, sorry, I was a bit over quick. 5:15.
So you're asking to get this document?
Please, yes. Now, I was just clarifying, you see the second bullet point from the bottom there. We're looking at the fees there that would be proposed of being a green fee of... Oh, actually, has yours got that blacked out, or do you actually have the numbers there?
I do the numbers.
Good. $650. Thank you. It's just that certain of these numbers have been blacked out in the past, and we've all had to struggle to get the actual numbers to read it, but we have them, so that's good. So we've got $650 for adults, $350 for juniors. So again, going to the local situation, as I understand it, that the junior membership for Bridge of Allen Golf Club is £40 a year. Is that your understanding, or do you have no knowledge of that?
That's my understanding.
Okay. So if there are 36 playing weeks between April and November, and an average junior golfer goes out once or twice a week, would that make it, if you could perhaps just accept the arithmetic, but that would come to 55 pence a visit?
I accept that.
Are you aware that there are group lessons run by the Tim Mitchell at Bridge of Allen Club?
I accept that.
Okay. And at Stirling University and I think Beaconhurst School have lessons available to all and cost £3.80.
I accept that.
And £5 at Stirling University and £7 at Beaconhurst per lesson.
I accept that.
Thank you. So, again, I think the point I'm trying to make is that those prices that I've put to you and you've accepted are comparable to what is being suggested here as part of the business model.
I accept that.
Also, with regard to local initiatives, I understand that there's something called Club Golf. No doubt you're familiar with that.
That's great.
And is that not also something that has a grassroots approach, which is working with 300 local clubs?
Yes, indeed. We have two initiatives. One is Club Golf, which is about young people, and the other is Get Into Golf, which is about attracting not just young people but their parents too. And this would be a wonderful facility for them to be able to use at the same time as they are working with the local clubs in terms of developing their game.
Thank you. But as they are at present, then I understand they have, I've been told, as many as 1,500 volunteer coaches and PGA pros.
That's correct.
And they work presently with schools promoting golf in a summer camp environment with a cost of £40 for a full 5-day week.
Absolutely.
So it seems then that what we have there at present, which we're obviously very proud of, is something that is of great benefit to young players at present, which is something that can be rolled out with schools in schools at present.
Absolutely, and I would reiterate that my view is that the facility at Park of Keir would serve to complement all of that activity with its driving range, its practice facilities, and with its trainer course. I cannot see how that in any way conflicts or competes with club golf, with Get Into Golf, or with membership, which all very much reinforce the value of having a handicap which one gets through membership clubs. One cannot get a handicap at Park of Keir.
Well, there is one point, though, that, following on from that last answer, is that, as I understand it, you've got club golf and another initiative called Get Into Golf,
yes,
as I understand it, which, again, I'm told, are nationwide. They run across the country.
Yes.
So do we not have a difference in model there, that what we have then are two initiatives which obviously a very good and positive thing, which go across the country, whereas what is now being suggested is a central attraction which will draw people to a location in the centre of Scotland off the A9?
In answer to your question, I would see the facility at Park of Keir providing the pipeline for Get Into Golf and Club Golf, because the logical thing to do is, once you've been introduced to the game, using this learner facility, that you go to the clubs, you say you want to become a member because you want to get a handicap, and then you'd be directed towards Club Golf and Get Into Golf. So from my perspective, this becomes a superb pipeline facility for future golf clubs to attract future members.
In your view, would you describe the proposed 6-hole Park of Keir facility to be of national importance?
Absolutely.
Just bear with me a moment. Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Okay, can we take a 10-minute break now, please? We'll resume at 20 to 12. Mr. Innes, do you have questions on behalf of Bathi Development?
Yes, sir, I have a few. Yes, good morning, Ms. Cunn. Could I ask, first of all, when did you first become involved in this proposal?
I couldn't tell you the specific date, but I would say about 6 weeks ago.
And how was your involvement initiated?
My involvement was initiated through a conversation with the chair of Scottish Tennis, who is Blaine Dawes, and we have been talking at length over the future of sport in Scotland and recognised the absolute need for sports to collaborate, and it was through that conversation that I became aware of this trainer format which has been trialled in America, and I saw it as a wonderful opportunity to trial a new concept for the game of golf such that Scotland, as the home of golf, can lead the way in terms of developing the game on our home territory, such that more people recognise the value of the game as they grow up, and more people, professional people, are able to enjoy it because they can learn it in a safe environment, hence why I spoke at length about the development and decided to act as a witness today.
And insofar as you're becoming a witness today, to what extent did you review the detailed material encompassed in the application in terms of coming to your judgment as to your support?
My support is very much based on me being the chair of Scottish Golf, and to that extent did the research that I felt was necessary before I took the decision to support the initiative.
And insofar as that support was concerned, I just want to frame the timescale. We've got your conversation 6 weeks ago with the chairman of Tennis Scotland, who happens to be also the chief executive of the organisation that you chair. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, having had the conversation with him, you were strongly supportive of the concept of what was important, or what had been told to you.
Specifically, the concept of the trainer format and the need to be able to recognise the importance of getting new entrants into the game.
And that is the concept of the trainer format rather than the development at this location, is that correct?
Well, they both go hand in glove.
I'm going to come and talk a bit about your recognition now. If you could have your recognition firstly before you.
I have.
In terms of your recognition, I just want to take a theme, and you can agree or disagree with me. I understand it's for everyone, but in terms of some of the challenges that your organisation faces, paragraph 2.2 is the encouragement of young people into the sport.
That's correct.
And in paragraph 2.4, you identify the importance of those facilities, and that's these multi-sports facilities, being available to people from every social background.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you switch the microphone?
If we go to paragraph 2.8 at your recognition, you identify in the first sentence that again, participation in sport, specifically golf, and make the game accessible as possible to people of every background. Do we see that?
That's correct.
In terms of what we don't have before us is, presumably as a governing body, you will examine Scotland as a whole, and identified where participation in golf is particularly low. Is that correct?
What we identify is how clubs are performing in terms of their membership levels, and we track that, yes.
And insofar as going on to track other matters, do you have data relating to the ability of golf to attract people from every social background?
That is something we would track. I don't have it with me.
And insofar as your examination of Scotland, presumably certain parts of Scotland will be better catered for in terms of golf facilities than other parts of Scotland. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, in terms of your aspiration of attracting people from every social background, what are the barriers to people accessing sport?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You've made a repeated a concern about accessing sporting facilities by people from every social background. What are the barriers to the access to sport?
As this relates to the game of golf, I can make my own personal view, which is barriers to the game of golf include cost, include accessibility to training facilities and to new entrant facilities, and time. So in this instance, in terms of your ability to pay and play, as opposed to immediately join a club in order to learn the game, this gets rid of that barrier because you can turn up, learn it in this new format, in a trainer format with the large hole format, which isn't accessible in other in Scotland, in other, certainly in the local community. And so that's one barrier. The next barrier is cost, so in terms of being able to not have to pay a membership fee. In terms of timing, as it's only a 6-hole format, one can play it quicker than one could play a full 18-hole course or a 9-hole course, and so that helps with that barrier.
In terms of cost and time, they aren't locationally driven, but accessibility is, isn't it?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the transport assessment that accompanied the planning application?
No, I haven't.
Can we briefly have a look at some of the Scottish Golf documents that have been lodged, very briefly, please? They're POK 1516, please. If we turn to 15.16 first, which is your Scottish Golf Strategy 2014 to 2018, correct?
Yes.
Yep. And in terms of that as a document, it sets out a vision of what you want to achieve within that timescale.
That's correct.
Were you post the formulation of this document, or are you merely part of the implementation?
I was appointed on the 1st of October 2015.
Insofar as looking at the document generally and taking a broad success about the measures required essentially around stronger clubs, do we see that there are a whole range of initiatives that essentially seek to change the nature of the way in which Scottish golf clubs operate?
Yes.
And effectively your organisation is embarking upon a process of encouraging golf clubs to create new visions and to work with the organisation, and you will give them support.
Yes.
And turning to participation, are you able to say, more golfers, how does Scotland compare internationally with golf participation?
In terms of golf participation, it has one of the highest participation rates per capita in Europe, and certainly one of the largest number of golf clubs per capita in Europe.
So, in many respects, the real challenge here in addressing Scotland's advancement in relation to golf, as you've recognised, is actually changing the golf clubs are going to be the key catalyst for that change, aren't they?
A key catalyst in terms of changing the participation in golf in Scotland is to work with the clubs to attract new entrants into the game, given the ageing profile of the game in Scotland. I already said in my evidence earlier in a response, the average age of male golf member in Scotland is 52, and of female golf members is 59. So in order to ensure that the game is healthy and healthier than the new governing body found it when we started, it is really, really key to the game that we find new and creative ways to introduce new players, new entrants into the game. And we are working alongside clubs to do that. And I see this development as an excellent opportunity to trial a new format that, in a way that doesn't threaten the health of the local clubs, but actually acts as a complementary asset as they seek to build their membership.
Can we look on at document 15.17, please, which is the Guide to Scottish Golf Development Centres?
Sure, yeah.
And could you perhaps, this provides a strategic context for the development of the game and in particular the juniors programme, is that correct?
That's correct.
It's to bring a more structured approach to that particular objective of Scottish golf.
That's correct.
I want to go to about, unfortunately it's not numbered, but it's pages in. We've got facilities.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And insofar as we've got, considering we've already heard evidence about the Brucefields Family Golf Centre as being one of the facilities particularly identified and supported as a development centre.
That's correct.
Have you been there?
I haven't, no.
And in terms of evaluating the uniqueness of the particular opportunity that this development that gives, until you've done a proper comparison of the nearest facilities such as Brucefields, that's a matter that the report should catch, shouldn't it?
I'm terribly sorry I didn't hear you because the microphone cut out.
Okay. Insofar as that being one of the closest centres which is part of this development programme, that's one which appears to be quite heavily focused on the development of new members into the sport.
I think you refer to the Brucefields Family Golf Centre, is that correct? Absolutely.
And within the general area, because I think they're referred to within 15 miles, Glengarvey and Gleneagles also have centres which have been identified within this development programme.
That's correct.
And given that these, the first list of phases 1 and 2 cover the whole of Scotland, would it be fair to characterise that this area is relatively, I've used the word, relatively well served in terms of development centres?
I think that's very fair to say. I would also say that it's not well served in terms of this new trainer format.
Well, I think we can make that argument anywhere in Scotland, couldn't we, for the new trainer format? Couldn't we?
Absolutely, which is why it's so critical for the growth of the game across Scotland, the home of golf.
Insofar as this development didn't proceed with big holes but had small holes, would it still meet that requirement?
I'm not sure I can answer that question.
Well, for someone who read the papers, the size of the holes and the format was not really something that had been, shall we say, well set out in advance. You've expressed the view that this unique nature of the particular proposal is the reason why you're here supporting it.
Absolutely.
And if it wasn't to be 6 large holes, but they had smaller, more traditional holes, would it still meet the format which you support or not support?
Forgive me for being pedantic. It's not a case of having smaller holes. It's about having the format which supports a golfer in the pursuit of a handicap and the maintenance of a handicap. If this did not have a trainer format and had the traditional golfing format where one could get a handicap, if that was the case, if the holes were increased to 9 as opposed to 6, then my belief is that I would not have chosen to be a witness at this event, because I wouldn't have seen the power of the opportunity in terms of driving participation of golf in Scotland, which is an absolute key responsibility in terms of the health of the game going forward for Scottish Golf Limited.
I can understand you having a passion for this particular format, but would it be fair to say that the current strategy is clearly driven around facilities which are identified? Is that the case?
The current strategy is about developing golfers who have expressed an interest through a club, so they're already interested in the game. This is about getting new entrants who haven't expressed an interest with their families out in a new format, such that any interest and any talent identified can then be directed to our infrastructure of clubs across Scotland. And it may well be that people playing this format are tourists to the area who live elsewhere in Scotland, and so therefore their interest allows them to go along to their local club because they've been visiting as a temporary somebody who's on holiday, has trialled this locally and has decided once they get back that they are now going to seek membership of their local club. So all of the facilities that we talk about within our strategy document are very much about people who have already expressed an interest to the game and not new entrants.
And can I now come back to just some general golf questions which appear to be part of this process?
Sure.
In terms of 6 outside holes, what we might call the trainer golf course, that presumably will require tees, greens, fairways. Is that... it's a traditional format in the sense of it's a golf hole, is it?
In terms of the format, it would be like turning up to play golf on a golf course. The only difference is the size of the hole, such that the game is not as difficult as it would be for a traditional golfer. And that's why it's so challenging to learn the game, because you're learning, the vast majority of people learn on a traditional golf course in Scotland where established golfers are already playing. So trying to find non-threatening, fun ways of being introduced to the game is a key part of what we're trying to inspire across Scotland.
And insofar as that element is outside, isn't it? It's not undercover.
Correct.
And as far as you understand, it would involve is it a traditional tee, or is that involved? Yes. And a fairway?
Yes.
And then finally a green?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that one of the challenges, and I think you've already alluded to it, is that in terms of golf, we do have to deal with the Scottish weather, and in that context, For example, links turf on the coast has a benefit of generally being freer draining, less exposed to snow and less exposed to frost, and therefore often are able to play longer than certain inland courses. Would that be a fair general description?
Yes, it would.
And would it be fair to say that in terms of inland, and where we are here is almost at the centre of Scotland, and one of the things that in winter time there will be a challenge to keeping that 6-hole format open in terms of drainage and the quality of the greens, etc. Would that be fair to say?
Sorry, absolutely, and that's why the driving range facility is such an important asset for all golfers in the local area to be able to play and train through the winter months when perhaps weather won't allow you to play in your own course. That's why the driving range would be such an asset.
And if you do attempt to play golf, and serious amounts of golf, on a course which isn't fit in the winter, then you can actually damage it quite badly, can't you?
That's very much governed by the local management, so the local management wouldn't let you on a golf course if you were going to damage it.
And insofar as if it's snow or frosty, that can stop outside golf, can't it?
If it's going to be dangerous to play the game, absolutely.
Yeah. Therefore, just getting your professional view as somebody who's involved in golf, the likelihood is that as we move into the winter months, the 6-hole format is going to be less used, and it will be more the indoor facilities that were utilised, and that's the strength of the proposal.
That would be very much weather dependent.
And in your general experience of weather dependency in Scotland and playing golf, presumably in your position you've played golf all over Scotland and all sorts of weathers.
So we have a professional life outside of it, so therefore the challenges for professional women trying to play golf at the same time as a busy professional schedule are not that different across Scotland. So do I get to play golf all over Scotland? I would love to get to play golf all over Scotland, but my schedule won't allow it.
But you do acknowledge that in terms of parkland golf, there's often a challenge in being able to maintain facilities during the harshest of the winter months or in adverse weather conditions.
I think you find passionate golfers go out onto the golf course whenever they're allowed, whatever the conditions are, and it's up to the local management of that facility to ascertain whether or not any damage would be done to a golf course during the winter, and that's a decision that's taken on an ad hoc basis locally.
And the second point about play as you go is that one of the factors about the use will be that people will be quite dependent on their perception of weather. And would you accept that people that are starting off in the game are less likely to be enamoured with going out and playing in the rain?
I don't think I could comment on that. It's very much up to the individual whether or not they want to go out in the rain or not, whether or not they want to trial golf. That would be a personal individual decision. Couldn't make a judgment on it.
But when we're playing golf, one of the things is that if you're keen on golf, you'll have the necessary equipment to go and play in adverse weather conditions, bollies, etc., and equipment, and also clothing. Do you not accept that the likelihood is, if there was adverse weather, that there would be a reduced demand for a pay-as-you-go starter course?
I accept that there'd be, if it's adverse weather conditions, then you're not going to see a lot of golfers out there, whether it be pay-as-you-go or whether or not it be Dunblane or New Club or whether or not it be Bridge of Allen. The weather is something which prohibits the game of golf. If it's very, very bad weather, then you won't see the golf club or the golf course full, no, because there might well be lightning restrictions or whatever, or bad wind that's moving the ball on the green. So in very, very bad weather, you will not see golfers out in a golf course, whatever its format.
I don't want to labour this too much, but I don't want to just have hurricanes or very extreme weather. I'm talking your pretty bog-standard, pretty awful day in central Scotland with fairly lengthening rain and cloud. That's not going to be particularly attractive for people starting off in the game of sport as golf as a starter, is it?
Do I think it will be busy when it's very bad weather? No, I don't.
In terms of golf course utilisation, is that something that you are familiar with stats?
I couldn't comment, I'm sorry.
No. But suffice to say, someone like the old course with 45,000 rounds a year is probably one of the busiest courses in Scotland.
That's fair to say.
Yeah. And would the general golf course usage decrease just depending on the nature of the catchment of the club and the business of the clubs?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, if I take that as a high point of golf course usage, one, it's a coastal location, a very high demand and strong accessibility. When I'm looking at other golf courses around Scotland, they're likely to have lesser use. Isn't that correct?
St Andrews is the home of golf and attracts international players all the year round, to the extent that, you've come away with the stat, and to the extent that there has to be a ballot every single day. So I don't think that it's fair to compare any golf club with membership, which the Old Course doesn't, across Scotland, with the Old Course at all.
And insofar as you turn up at the Old Course, the weather looks pretty awful, you'd still probably proceed if you've paid and booked and it's open. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, insofar as your support of this application, have you reviewed the business case for this particular proposal, which you referred to earlier today?
Have I reviewed the business case for this proposal? No, I haven't.
You say you like the model and would like to replicate it around Scotland. Are you aware that this proposal is predicated on building 19 very large houses in the Greenbelt to support this particular development?
I am aware of that, yes. And can I just pick you up on a point that you made there, which I don't think is a fair assessment of what I said? You said that I would like to replicate this across Scotland. I think that one of the things that it's really, really important that we do is trial new concepts, and I think this is a fantastic new concept, which we would get right behind. So in terms of right now, do we have plans to replicate it across Scotland? I think that's not a fair, I don't think that's a fair assessment of the current situation, because we do not have plans to replicate it across Scotland.
Are you aware of other sporting facilities, and in particular those relating to tennis and golf, that have come together in a multi-use facility?
If you're asking me if I could describe multi-use facilities in Scotland that are similar to this, no, I can't, which is why it's so exciting.
Are you aware of the David Lloyd Centre opening up at Rookham Glen?
I certainly am, and I was there yesterday.
And indeed, there's a facility in Scotland provided without public subsidy, which matches golf and tennis together, isn't it, in a multi-use facility with other sports as well?
Yeah, it's very exciting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, any questions on behalf of the Community Council? Mr. Prescott.
Yes, we certainly have some questions. Can I start by taking you back to the Scottish Golf Strategy, POK 15.6, which you've already had, I think you have in front of you. This is a strategy from 2014 to 2018, so you're halfway through the strategy. It has a section on page 6 which describes how you are going to achieve more golfers. I do not see any reference in there to the trainer course concept. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm just going to interrupt and make sure that we're all looking at the same document. The document number?
POK 1516.
Okay, yep, got you.
That's correct. That's That's correct. There's no reference to it because at that, this development is an exciting concept which we would like to see trialled out there.
So you have taken an organisational view that you would like to experiment with the trainer concept?
Oops, sorry. No, we haven't taken an organisational view that we're going to experiment with it. We've taken an organisational view that we're going to support it.
What if it is not successful?
What if what's not successful?
What if the trainer concept is not successful in delivering the organisation's objectives?
I'll be very surprised if that's the case.
But you have no evidence to show that this will deliver what you're seeking. So I'm going to ask the question, is it the right place to start something unique? Because you've described it as unique, we haven't got one in Scotland. Is it the right place in the Greenbelt on an undeveloped site which is so critical to our communities to do something that has not been tried before and for which there is not necessarily going to be, there may be, but there is not necessarily going to be a satisfactory outcome?
I'm here on behalf of Scottish Golf, and as far as Scottish Golf is concerned, it's a very exciting concept which we are confident will work, particularly in association with the clubs in the local community, so that's why I'm here.
Okay, let's move on to the next stage. What size is the market for this facility on this site?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
The question is, how many people are going to come and use this facility daily?
I'm not the best person to answer that question, I'm sorry.
And you have not looked at the business case, I understand.
I'm here to talk about Scottish Golf, and I don't believe I'm the best person qualified to talk about the business case.
But you want to provide a new facility within our community for which you don't know what the usage is, you think there'll be an outcome, but you can't quite see it. And the point being that this facility requires a 90% utilisation to break even, and we believe this will be exceedingly difficult to achieve.
I don't want to break your flow here, but it strikes me your questions are so multi-parted that if I was the witness, I would not know which part to ask. There's a series of statements being advanced in a single question, and I think perhaps if you broke them down into bite-sized chunks, it would be easier for all of us to follow the flow.
If I could just add, in fairness to the witnesses, if statistics like 90% utilisation are being mentioned, the witness should really be referred to the document so that the witness is clear about the actual information.
I'll move on to the next stage then. How quickly do you believe people will move from a trainer course to a normal golf course?
My belief and my experience would say that if individuals enjoyed the format, having not played on it before, then it would be within 12 months.
Thank you. Have you had any contact with the Brucefield Family Golf Centre?
I haven't, no.
Were you aware that they had 30 bay floodlit range, golf driving range, which is available from 9 a.m. to 10 p.m?
Yes.
Do you not see this as directly impacted by Park of Keir's golf range?
No, I don't, because I believe that there's enough interest and enough membership in the local area to sustain both, and I think the added asset of having this trainer course will be a real opportunity for future golfers from the area.
I mean, Brucefield is not the only site. There's obviously Air 3 and there's Glen Eagles as well.
Yes, I recognise that. That was referred to in the previous line of questioning, and I do recognise that piece of work that's been done, and I did assess it.
Can you tell us who you've been having discussions with at Park of Keir on the discounted rates?
That's something that I spoke to colleagues here about.
By colleagues, you mean the panel sitting to your right?
What I mean is representatives of Park of Keir project.
I asked the question because at an earlier stage we asked Park of Keir why they weren't having dialogue with various people, and they said there wasn't a management structure in place. So can you confirm there is now a management structure in place for Park of Keir partnerships?
No, I can't. I can't comment on that.
So how can you be sure that what has been said will be delivered if the project were to be delivered?
Because I believe in the integrity of the project.
The idea of discounted facilities at an adjacent court, at an adjacent location, is something that could be attractive to club members. But is there not a risk that that then reduces their activity at the club, although not necessarily stops their membership?
I don't accept that. I think that the facilities that are provided are facilities that one would go to practice in a facility that isn't necessarily available at that local club. So I see it only as increasing activity as opposed to seeing it as a risk or a threat to local clubs.
What level of discount has been suggested, given that the site is already allegedly trying to operate at a lower rate because of the enabling housing element, this being a key part of the enabling housing justification?
I would draw you towards the statement within my statement of 210, which is, in my capacity as Chair of Scottish Golf, there have been discussions with the partnership regarding ways that Park of Keir can work with and complement existing clubs, such as discounted rates for use of the facilities by local club members. Such measures have been agreed with the partnership in principle.
One of the big questions that comes out of your strategy is the need for coaching. Who is going to pay for the coaching at Park of Keir?
I would actually see it being a facility that's shared with the local clubs, and we would see coaches from the local clubs using those facilities in a manner which is consistent with golf. Golf has an inordinately huge volunteer infrastructure, so our coaches actually don't get paid. They're volunteers.
Can I ask then, if they're volunteers in a normal club membership, where you're going to find your volunteers in a pay and play situation?
I would envisage local members very much taking their coaching sessions to the facility. So the coaches would come from the club infrastructure. That's why collaboration is so key.
I think we'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bear with me a moment, please. Is it fair to characterise your approach as looking at the issue from a national perspective? You've not looked at the local area and worked upwards from there. You haven't looked at what there is and what was required. It's more that this is an innovative proposal which has caught your imagination, that you think would benefit whichever community it landed on. Is that fair?
The game of golf across Scotland is very much a local game, and the trends that we're seeing in terms of participation are as real for every single club as they are nationally. And running a golf club run by volunteers is incredibly tough, and any support that we can give any club, be it Dunblane or Bridge of Allen, to inspire and encourage new entrants into the game, I believe is as valid to that local community as it is to the national health of the game.
So just to explore that a little bit further, in your work for the national body, are you looking at areas to target and then trying to direct resources where there may be recognised shortfalls, or are you looking at things on a piecemeal basis?
Through our network of development officers, we are identifying communities of golf clubs that exist across the country who can work in a collaborative way, building the strengths of each of their individual clubs. It might be the course, it might be their social facilities, it might be their putting facilities, it might be their practice facilities. And through that, I'm looking at ways of attracting innovative and creative investment such that we can promote the health of the game going forward in every local community and across every club.
Thank you. Mr. Culler.
Thank you, sir. Ms Cannon, just a few questions to try and wrap up the various responses you gave. You referred to the existing initiatives. Can I ask you, given the strategy that you referred to, the various initiatives such as club golf, is there a need to innovate further? And if there is, why?
Both club golf and Get Into Golf are initiatives which are run across our golf clubs, and so the majority of them are targeted, the two initiatives are very much targeted at current golfers and interest in golf. So the need out there right now, recognising the changing social dynamic that's going on in the world where both parents work, there's a real need to develop faster formats, creative formats, and formats which allow collaboration across different sports. So in terms of the need to innovate, I don't believe that there's ever a time in the history of golf in Scotland where the need to innovate was more profound. Given the ageing population of participants and given the very challenging economic circumstances in which our local clubs exist, they have fantastic assets, both in terms of the clubhouse and in terms of the land, and we're going to work with our clubs across Scotland to look at different creative, innovative ways to introduce and encourage the growth of our game in Scotland, where the game was born, with new entrants and hopefully a whole new pipeline of talent going forward.
One matter from earlier in your cross-examination, Mr O'Carroll suggested a scenario that people might flock to the new facility, and as a result the existing facilities would wither. Can I just ask you, if an existing golf club member went to Park of Keir, was very attracted by the facilities, and decided to use Park of Keir exclusively and gave up their club membership, what would happen to their handicap?
They wouldn't be able to maintain their handicap because of the format and because of the size of the course. We could not get a handicap or maintain a handicap at Park of Keir, which is why I think it's going to really confront local golf clubs in the community.
And just for those of us who aren't golfers, why is not maintaining a handicap, giving up a handicap, such a big deal to a golfer?
Well, as well as the very many social formats of golf, all of the competitive elements of the golf require you to have a handicap, and such that if you didn't have a handicap, you wouldn't be able to compete in the game anywhere in the world if you didn't have a handicap.
Thanks very much. That was all the questions I had.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Cannon. I think that's probably a good time to break for lunch, unless the parties wish to press on. What I would be reluctant to do is to start another witness and then have to break part way through the cross-examination. Are you happy with that?
Yes, sir. If I could just mention that stopping at this time may well facilitate us calling Mr. Dale to give his evidence about the football facilities. So that's just to give advance notice to those opposite me. Just because he's got limited availability, I believe he's going to be here from 1:30, so I think it would make sense to take his evidence and then he's able to leave.
Okay, let's break till 1:30 then. Thank you very much. When you're ready, would you like to introduce your next witness then, please, Mr. Collar?
Thank you, sir. As I mentioned informally to parties, over lunch a slight change of plan in the order of witnesses. An apology, again, it's due to witness availability. So the next witness will be Mr. Blaine Dodds. But just while we're waiting for him to settle himself, sir, if I could maybe update you just briefly on the statement of agreed matters. I understand that the appellants and the council had a discussion over lunch and have agreed a text, and Mr. Handley is going to go this evening and produce a clean version of that. So we would expect to have a copy for all parties tomorrow morning.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll look forward to seeing that tomorrow morning.
Thank you, sir. So the next witness for the appellants is Mr. Blaine Dodds. Mr. Dodds, if I can maybe ask you to take a seat at the witness table. So, Mr. Dodds, you've lodged a precognition with the inquiry, and Section 1 of that inquiry, of that precognition, you list your qualifications, experience and scope of evidence, and I think we could take that as read. And if I could ask you to read your Section 2 and then the summary and conclusions at Section 3, and then I've got a few supplementary questions for you.
Okay, thank you. From my experience as Chairman of Tennis Scotland, I can confirm that there is a dearth of quality tennis facilities in Scotland compared to other countries in Europe. Indeed, the 5 main tennis nations of Europe, namely Germany, Switzerland, Netherlands, France and Serbia, have more indoor courts per thousand of the population than the UK. This is a fact that needs to be addressed, so that more of our young people who are inspired to play and learn the game by the recent Olympics and other significant sporting successes can have the opportunity to do so. I am driven to ensure that we offer greater opportunity for all in terms of the massive benefit of being involved in sport and physical activity. Tennis Scotland works closely with partners in Sport Scotland, the LTA and others, including local authorities and universities, to develop a range of new tennis facilities as part of increasing participation in grassroots development. Park of Keir will be well placed both in terms of its experienced world-class staff and also in terms of its facility mix to offer more opportunities to get involved at grassroots level. Pay-as-you-play can offer participants a lower entry cost than traditional memberships. Most entry-level tennis is via membership clubs, which we support. However, pay-and-play facilities that do not require memberships are ideal for entry-level participation and development before entering club membership. Once players have had a cost-effective introduction to tennis and have learned the basic skills required to play and enjoy the game, they can then look to become members of existing local tennis clubs and further develop their skills and enjoyment, having progressed from beginner level. In this way, it is anticipated that existing clubs will obtain a new flow of participants in tennis from the Park of Keir proposals. The current level of accessible pay and play facilities that offer coaching programmes at grassroots beginner level for juniors and new players generally is far from adequate. Tennis Scotland strongly supports the development of a range of new facilities, particularly indoor tennis facilities, to capitalise on the current high profile of tennis and to deliver an appropriate legacy following the Murray's achievements in world tennis. The Park of Keir facility is key in respect of both of these aims and is designed to increase participation in the sport and also develop an increased pool of trained volunteers and coaches who can then take their expertise to clubs across Scotland. This increase in participation and an increased pool of trained volunteers and coaches will give greater opportunities to the young people of Scotland who have been inspired by the Murrays and other high-profile athletes on the world stage to try out and get involved with tennis. The benefits of Park of Keir facility for tennis are many, but can be summarised as follows. Increased participation at all levels, particularly for beginners and those new to the game, by capitalising on the heightened enthusiasm for tennis arising from the world-class Scottish and British players competing on the world stage. This will also benefit the existing base of tennis clubs, providing them with a steady stream of future members. Delivery of an appropriate, lasting legacy where the world-class Scottish and British tennis players and their sport teams can inspire, influence and support our younger generations. Younger generations of all abilities can enjoy the benefits of high-level coaching, coach development, world-class facilities and increased competition capacity. This focus on skills and coaching will enable the sport to deliver sustained growth. The increased workforce of trained volunteers and coaches will benefit not only the local community, but also the whole of Scotland. There is currently a need for more trained coaches and volunteers at clubs across Scotland. Increased access to indoor and outdoor tennis facilities, allowing for delivery of the grassroots approach, but also providing much needed competition space within Scotland at local and national level. There is a demand for a competition venue which Park of Keir will satisfy as part of Tennis Scotland's overall objective for increased facilities for tennis in Scotland. Currently, due to the shortage of indoor courts, competitive players, both young players and adults, are regularly turned away from competitions due to a lack of space and capacity. This is something that Park of Keir development will help to address in terms of its design and capacity. For example, at the Scottish Indoor Championships hosted by University of Stirling, 32 players were turned away from the competition due to lack of capacity. We want to be able to satisfy this demand rather than turn away players from our sport. The facilities of Park of Keir would also create a first outdoor hard court competition venue which is critical for the development of young players. This does not currently exist in Scotland and is required for the continued development of our competitive players. Tennis Scotland will continue to work closely with the University of Stirling in terms of its lead role regarding performance and player development. The intention is to retain but also further develop the national squad at the university. Park of Keir will complement the activities and facilities at the university and strengthen the tennis infrastructure in the area. This does not conflict with the objectives of Park of Keir. The two facilities will be able to complement each other through sharing facilities where appropriate. Park of Keir is not designed as a performance centre. The focus is on participation.
and therefore will complement the activities at the university. The days of sports clubs being single sport are clearly numbered. The future is all about collaboration and developing community sports facilities that the community can access, benefit from and enjoy. The range of facilities on offer, including golf, fitness, football and cycling, for example, will be a significant asset to the local community. This is the model for sport that is enjoying the greatest success. We can see this from the growth of sports clubs and facilities that are multi-sport and multi-club. In summary, I believe the Park of Keir will be an asset to tennis for the reasons outlined. It has a range of facilities that will aid the development of our game by helping to increase not only participation but also helping to increase the workforce that drives the participation in our communities. Following on from a hugely successful Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games, it is vital to keep the positive momentum and help turn the demand for healthy activity and sport into a reality, via increased opportunities for our young people and communities to get involved in much needed physical activity and multi-sport facilities. Park of Keir offers this opportunity.
Thanks, Mr. Dodds. And some supplementary questions. Dr. Thompson, in his recognition, refers to a letter that you wrote 25th March 2016 and queries whether you're writing in a personal capacity. So can you clarify for the inquiry, are you here acting in a personal capacity, or are you supported by Tennis Scotland?
That letter had full support of the board of Tennis Scotland unanimously. I'm here representing Tennis Scotland, and it's been discussed a number of times at the board level with full support.
Dr. Thompson, in his evidence, expresses concern about the impact of Park of Keir on the Stirling University facility. Is that a facility that you've got personal knowledge of?
Well, I'm delighted to say that I was the first tennis bursar at Stirling University in 1985. Thanks to Dr. Ian Thompson and others, and I enjoyed huge success going through the sports scholarship scheme there, which was very innovative and a huge asset for Scotland, and it will continue to do so. And as far as Tennis Scotland is concerned, we want to invest in that programme, support it and make sure it goes on to flourish. Very much we're seeing this as complementary. The performance squad at the Stirling University will continue, and that's been stated in the precognition, and I can confirm that verbally again this afternoon. It's very much complementary to the facilities at Park of Keir and vice versa.
Thank you, Mr. Dodds. That was all the questions I had.
Just a couple of questions, if I may, Mr. Dodds. Firstly, back to the issue of single sport clubs versus multi-sport clubs. What's your take on that? Why is multi-sport necessarily the way forward?
I've got quite a lot of experience on this. My prior role over the last 10 years was Chief Executive of one of the largest charitable sports trusts in Scotland, and we dealt with this topic in huge detail. We started off with a number of old, very failing sports facilities and turned them around by investing in the right way in these sports facilities, but turning them into community sports hubs so that all parts of the family, all parts of the community can enjoy them and benefit from them. So that the results were, there as evidence and tangible for everyone to see in terms of not only that charitable trust but the whole industry. We turned our turnover from 12 million to 28 million turnover, and our customer numbers increased by 138%, more than doubling the customer numbers. And in my experience, that's because all parts of the family can enjoy all sorts of different sports and activities, and there's very much a cross-fertilisation of the usage, so that if a father is actually using a driving range and there's other facilities, for example, yoga or Pilates or a gym, then the mum can actually take part in those activities. The children are doing other sports and getting lessons on the same sports campus, so it makes perfect sense, bringing everything together.
Okay, thank you. Similar to a question I asked earlier, I'm assuming that Tennis Scotland is looking at this issue from a national perspective. You've not started by looking at, stop me if I'm wrong, the Dunblane area or the Stirling area and thought what is missing, would this fulfil the lack in the area? You're looking at it more strategically than that, is that right?
Yeah, we're looking at it strategically, absolutely, and holistically. I mean, obviously the number of tennis courts, as I said in my recognition, in terms of indoor courts per thousand, we're less than other major European countries, so that's something we want to address. There's 23,000 tennis courts in the UK, but there's less than 1,000 in Scotland, so if we're 10% of the population of the UK, we should have more than 2,000 tennis courts, but we've got less than 1,000. So we've got half the tennis courts we should have, even looking at the UK context, let alone the European context. Add to that the weather, add to that the demand and the opportunity. So we as Tennis Scotland, the governing body, clearly are driven to provide more facilities for our community.
So it follows from that you haven't yourselves examined what the needs of this particular area are. Is that right?
Well, whilst we look at the strategic context and the need for more tennis courts, both outdoor and indoor, there's obviously, we have looked at the context of Park of Keir in terms of what's in the local area, what would make sense, and that obviously ties in with the evidence and the statements that we've presented, in terms of we do see Park of Keir as very much complementary to what's in existing infrastructure, and we do see that it makes perfect sense to develop Park of Keir in combination with the local clubs and facilities in the local area, but it does have a national context as well, so there's the local, regional and national, which is all joined up, which we fully support.
Yes, I understand the argument that it might be complementary to what's already available in the area. I'm just wondering whether, in your eyes, it arises out of a lack of particular facilities in the area, or whether there's a different motivation requirement.
Well, yes, there is a lack of there is the strategic context. We need more facilities, but if you hone down into the specific locale of Dunblane, Stirling, Bridge of Allen, yes, we do believe there's a dearth of facilities locally as well. If you look at the total registered venues in the Central District, there's 17, and if you compare that to the West District, there's 62. But
what are those numbers?
That's the registered venues, that's places to play, mostly tennis clubs, for example, but there's other structured activities there. Sorry, I'm finding it distracting. I'm hearing that noise. So for a population base of about 280,000 in the Central District, there's 17 places to play, and for a population base of pretty much double, there's 62. So clearly, there's a dearth of facilities locally for tennis.
The double population was relating to?
I can supply these figures in depth if you like, but it's relating to the Central District, which we're part of here, and the Glasgow West District. So if you look at the population stats of those two areas, it's roughly double, but there's less than half the courts in the Central District.
Right, that's possibly what's confusing me a bit. Central, I think you're probably referring to the former Central region. Well, because the district presumably is Stirling. I wonder whether you've looked at Stirling rather than the wider area.
But this is not like local authority boundaries or anything like this. Is tennis, the way tennis is divided up. So that would include the local area, including Stirling.
Just one final question then. On the matter of competition space, is the issue that there just aren't enough courts in Scotland for the competitions that want to be held, or is it that Park of Keir would provide a particular type of court, an outdoor hard court or whatever it may be, which isn't available? Because I presume you would be looking at other facilities like Craiglockett in Edinburgh, or in totality, in making that judgment.
That's a good point. Well, first of all, it's both. Craiglockett, for example, used to be grass, so that was very limited in terms of number of hours of play per year. That was turned into American fast-dry clay, which actually floods. So it's not a great surface for Scotland, something that we want to try and change in the future. So that venue is limited. In terms of looking at development surfaces, one of the drawbacks in terms of over the last few years is that artificial grass has been put in at most clubs, and there's cost reasons for that and various reasons. However, that's, from a development point of view, probably the worst surface we could possibly have. So what we'd like to have is access to hard courts, which is the surface that if you're going to develop players, we really need to access to. It's the surface that the Australian Open and US Open is played on. And a number of other major tournaments. So that's a good effective and recognise both competition and development surface. In terms of your last point about the location, the fact that we are going to continue and invest and develop Stirling University and working in partnership with Park of Keir, we see that venue collectively as offering a huge, unique opportunity in Scotland to host major events, to increase our capacity and get more children and juniors and adults playing competitive tennis, and there's clearly a demand for that we're not fulfilling.
Right, I don't want to prolong it. So as far as the university is concerned, on the competition point, you're thinking that the two would be run in conjunction. They would effectively share a competition between them. Is that how you see it going?
Absolutely, potentially that's the way we see it. Not every event, but where we are hosting large events, there's a fantastic opportunity to work in partnership with the university and to get the capacity up for the tournaments, and so we're not turning people away and we're actually growing the game and having more people playing competitive tennis.
Thank you. Mr. McMurray, do you have any questions to ask on behalf of Stirling Council? Okay, Mr. O'Carroll.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Dodds. I'd like to pick up on the supplementary questions you were asked first before I get into my own. First one I'd like to look at is the supplementary question Mr. Collar asked you about the letter of 25th of March 2016. Do you recollect that question?
Sorry, do I recollect the question? What do you mean?
Do you remember being asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. The letter of 25th of March of this year is written in quite strong terms. You state within it, I can bring it before you if you need to have it, but you'll recollect it since you wrote it. You state that there's, first of all, a dearth of quality tennis facilities in Scotland compared to other countries. Again, that's your evidence here today. And you then describe the... Is that you being distracting this time?
Please continue.
Then you go on to say that the objectives can be summarised as capitalising on world-class players competing and delivering an appropriate lasting legacy and so on. Do you recollect that letter?
Is that yes.
Okay. Then, if you could have in front of you, then please, another production, which is 6.9. It is indeed. Now, the letter of the 25th of March that I just referred to, that was written on Tennis Scotland letterhead. This letter of 18th of August 2014 is also on Tennis Scotland letterhead. Is that correct, Mr. Dodds?
That's correct.
And this one, however, is authored by two people, namely the chair of the Board of Directors and the President. And I'll just read through the terms of the letter quite quickly. As the National Association for Tennis in Scotland, we are committed to improving access to the sport, increasing investing in our facilities and improving the tennis workforce, and to insist in making tennis available to as much of Scotland, of the Scottish population as possible. If I could perhaps just skip to the last paragraph and go back if you think it's necessary. Whilst it would be inappropriate for us to comment on any of the local detailed issues associated with Park of Keir, we would like you and your council to know that we welcome any wholly independent investment that is aligned with our tennis ambitions mentioned above. In our experience, significant independent investments are few and far between, and given our ambitions to grow the game in Scotland on the back of a golden period for tennis, these should be given serious consideration. I would just like to spend a moment to compare and contrast the tone in these two different letters. Whereas your one that we looked at first is written in quite strong terms and indeed very forcefully expressed. This one, whilst being favourable, is written in much more balanced terms. Would you agree with that characterisation, Mr. Dodds?
I wouldn't say balanced, no. I'd say it's a slightly different approach.
In what way different, Mr. Dodds?
Well, I'm not sure I can comment. This is the ex-chair and the ex-president. These people are no longer involved in Tennis Scotland. I don't know how much I can comment.
Okay. Well, if I could perhaps just put this to you for your comment before moving on. The point you will have heard being made earlier on is that you are the Chief Executive of Scottish Golf, and we've just had the evidence from the Chair of Scottish Golf earlier this morning, and both of you seem to be very, very much solidly in favour of this particular Park of Keir proposal in very, very solid and strong terms. The two of you, what I'd like to query with you for your comment is whether or not that level of enthusiasm by the two of you, in fact, is shared by the Board of Tennis Scotland to quite such the same degree.
Well, I think I've confirmed that already, but I'm willing to confirm it again, that yes, our board were unanimous in its support, and the both letters that have been submitted. And I think, just to add, it's obviously we're passionate about making a difference in our sport.
I'd like then to also pick up on another comment that you made to the reporter. You recollect that the reporter was asking you a question with regard to your evidence. I think, if I'm hoping to be fair to his question, that he was putting to you that it seemed that you had a fairly national and strategic approach to consideration of this proposal, and he was then asking you about facilities or matters that were closer to the ground and indeed applicable in this area, being obviously the Dunblane, Bridge of Allen area. Do you recollect that evidence?
I do.
Okay, so if I haven't mischaracterised the question at all, If we could look, and I think the answer that you gave to that, I think again you used the word dearth in relation to that question, and I understood your evidence to be that you felt there was a dearth also locally of tennis facilities. Was that your evidence?
Well, that was a part of it, yes.
Well, let's just examine that one then. If you could have before you a production which we've looked at already, Rage 008. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Dodds?
I do.
I'd like to move on through that from where we were this morning with Ms. Cannon, and then go through to the 5th page onwards. Do you have in front of you the heading Tennis Clubs and Courts Report within 15 miles of Park of Keir?
Yes.
I'll be going into this some detail at another point again, but for the sake of answering, or rather addressing what you said to the reporter, could you go over from that page, please, and see the table format set out there? Thank you. And there we see the documentation of what we have by way of tennis clubs and courts within 15 miles of Park of Keir, produced by somebody who lives in this area. Do we see there that in the first table for tennis clubs within 15 miles, you can count it for yourself, do you see that there are a total of 9 tennis clubs listed there within 15 miles?
Yes.
And underneath that, do we also then see a listing of 4 public courts within the same catchment area?
Yes.
And again, Mr. Dodds, if you wish to count it up, you may, but you can take it from me. I think that we're looking there at 59 courts in total within 15 miles of Park of Keir. Do you accept that?
Yes.
So the question then comes to this, Mr. Dodds, that when you tell the reporter who's making a decision in this case for his recommendation to ministers that there's a dearth of local facilities, based upon what you have here, what you've accepted in evidence, that's not correct, is it, Mr. Dodds?
No, I don't accept that. There's a number of answers to this. If you look at the number of courts you've actually listed, and we can go into this at different levels. We can drill down into the basics, but also in terms of the activity levels. The basics are, in terms of indoor facilities, we don't have enough, and that's, I don't think that's in question. So if we're going to have all year-round play, which is what we need to develop a sport, we don't have enough indoor courts, and that's your evidence is actually corroborating that. Secondly, in terms of activity levels, there isn't enough activity, and we're working hard as a governing body, but there isn't enough current activity in the current courts. And Park of Keir, and working with the team there, we are confident that we'll be able to actually help and develop the local clubs by training the workforce, training them in terms of how to put on programmes and competitions to get more people playing, not only at Park of Keir, but also at the local clubs. So, it goes hand in hand. So I'm very confident that my evidence is strong.
Before we move on from this then, your evidence is strong with regard to one issue, and that is the absence from these tables of the number of indoor courts. Is that not what it comes down to, Mr. Dodds?
What your point was, there's enough courts. There isn't enough courts because there's not enough indoor courts. We can't play all year round outside. It's impossible. the number of training camps and coaching sessions that are cancelled outdoors is something we need to cater for. Clubs, if we're giving them locally access to more indoor, that's going to mean all year round play, competition, training and coaching, which is what we're looking for.
Gleneagles and the National Tennis Facility Centre at Stirling, we have 4 indoor and 6 indoor respectively. Is that correct?
Yes.
We also have the Denny District Tennis Club, which also has 2 indoor tennis courts. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. You can put that production away then. I'd just like now to come to my own questions with regard to your precognition. At 2.2 of your precognition, you make reference to 2 things. We have grassroots development, which I think is stated to be the aim of the Park of Keir facility, and also the provision of experienced world-class staff. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And also then at 2.4.2, we have a reference there in the middle of that paragraph 2.4, and then there's a subparagraphs 1, 2, and 3. I'm looking at the middle one, 2, where we have reference to world-class facilities. So I have 2 questions from this. Firstly, Mr. Dodds, is do we need world-class staff, world-class facilities in order to teach the basic skills or the grassroots that you talk about to youngsters?
Well, I hope you're not suggesting we offer second-rate coaching in Scotland, but I'll take that as a no. We have an opportunity in 2 levels here, and I think you perhaps have missed the point in terms of building the workforce. The world-class staff refers to being in a position to do programs and deliver extensive activity regarding coach development and education, and that's all about turning our coaches, who are good coaches, into great world-class coaches through the opportunity of working with world-class proven track record tennis people. So we are very confident that that's going to drive a huge amount of activity, not only locally, but very importantly nationally in Scotland. And there's already programmes that are happening via Tennis Scotland and Judy Murray and her team to actually coach develop coaches through coach education and development programmes, which are benefiting the coaches not only locally but nationally in their own regions and clubs, and that is where Park of Keir will be ideally placed, both locally and in a national context. So that's that point. The other point in terms of grassroots development, when we're coaching coaches, it's all about delivering the best possible introduction to the game to make sure our children and young people and new entrants have the best possible experience, to make sure they benefit from it, can see progress quickly and actually have fun and enjoy it. You quite often don't get that with coaches who are inexperienced, and that's again another element to building the base of grassroots. We're actually going to be not only having excellent grassroots programs, but also world-class grassroots coaches and volunteers who are trained appropriately to help grow the base. It's as simple as that.
In answer to your very first comment, Mr. Dodds, I wasn't making any pejorative remark with regard to how youngsters should be taught tennis. But I suppose, to use a motoring analogy, you wouldn't necessarily, if you had several cars, you probably wouldn't pick your Bentley to go down to the shops. You would use something a bit more appropriate to that task. What I'm trying to get you to respond to, Mr. Dodds, is that there seems to be something of a difficulty with the actual, well, I'm having difficulty in understanding the approach that is allegedly being taken. It seems to me that you're trying to promote something which is going to be at grassroots. So that suggests very basic skills. That suggests things that will be on a very simple level, something that's very, very close by to people. But at the same time, we then also have a rhetoric contained within your letter to the local authority and your evidence here today, which is a whole different sort and directed in another place, and that is to achieve world class and the status of the most elite kind. What I'm suggesting to you for your comment, Mr. Dodds, is these two, perhaps what the world class is perhaps desirable, but it seems to me that there's a failure in identity here. Either we're going for world class or we're going for grassroots to teach kids how to pick up a tennis racket, and that you're either doing one or the other, but it seems to me you're trying to straddle both horses.
Well, for fear of repeating myself, may I repeat myself again? There's 2 points here, and to be crystal clear, grassroots development is all about entry level, beginner, normal young people getting a whole new base of customers and young people involved in tennis as a sport and keeping them and retaining them through that. What we'd like to see is obviously the best possible quality of grassroots, and that is locally, yes, and we see that as a huge opportunity locally here at potentially the Park of Keir site, but also nationally through training the workforce, which and there's plans to do that through the Park of Keir facility, training the workforce nationally so that those lessons and skills that have benefited the local population can benefit the whole population in all the clubs and venues throughout Scotland for that particular area. So that's very clear. And in terms of the world class point again, how is that in competition with grassroots? Well, it's all about developing the best possible coaches we possibly can, and I think that's incumbent upon me and the governing body to do that, and that's clearly what we're trying to do. And no matter what your standard or entry level, I think it's appropriate to do that. Thank you.
I could go again to paragraph 2.4 of your recognition, and as I say, you've got 3 sub-points underneath that, which we've heard you read out with regard to the benefits of the Park of Keir facility. The question I have for you, Mr. Dodds, is this: would it not be possible to achieve those benefits at a similar tennis centre at other locations in Scotland rather than within the Green Belt, as is proposed here?
Sorry, you need to be a bit more specific in your question, sorry.
I'm going to repeat the question because I'm not going to be any more specific than that, because I think it's quite specific enough, and if you can't answer it, we'll move on. But it'll be noted that you didn't answer. The benefits that you list at 2.4 of your recognition, are those not benefits that could equally be obtained by producing a similar tennis centre at other locations in Scotland which are not on the green belt?
Well, the benefits are many, but there's a specific opportunity with Park of Keir, which I think you're trying to get to, so I think I'm honing in into your point. The Park of Keir opportunity is one of developing the workforce as a central location in the middle of Scotland, where we can actually train and develop the workforce of parents, of teachers, of volunteers, coaches, etc., who will then not only deliver locally if they live locally and involved locally, but also nationally in their own regions, clubs and facilities. So that is the key unique selling point of Park of Keir. So whilst there's a local context, there's also a national one.
Okay, that wasn't an answer to my question, but I'll try it another way since you don't want to engage with that one. I'll try it another way. How about this? So what I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Dodds, is that all of the benefits that you've described there are clearly desirable. But what I'm suggesting to you is in order to achieve those things and to obtain the specific benefits you have described, it does not need to be cited here in order to obtain those benefits, Mr. Dodds, does it?
I'm not quite sure of the line of questioning, but in terms of the benefits here of 2.4 that you're referring to,
I wonder if I can try and help here. There seems to be a bit of a blockage here in communication. What I understand the point to be is a relatively straightforward one. There are a lot of desirable elements that you're citing in relation to this proposal, but does it need to be on this particular site? Does it need to be in the Greenbelt? Or could it be somewhere else in central Scotland, or indeed in another part of Scotland? Why Park of Keir is my understanding of the question.
Okay, sorry, I understand now. Thank you for the clarity. Having looked at this, I think there's an opportunity. I think the location is a unique one in terms of this area. We have Stirling University, we have a number of local clubs that we've identified. Interestingly, in Stirling, whilst there's 59 courts and facilities around the area, there's only one junior team in the Stirling area. So clearly there's a need in this area for sweating the assets that we have an awful lot more. And Park of Keir and its staff and its the track record of the staff that will be involved there will be able to do that, in our opinion, and actually train the workforce to develop more activity, better activity, more fruitful activity at the local clubs to make the clubs healthier and get the participation growing. Working in combination with Stirling University is a unique opportunity as well. So I do think, actually, if the question is specific about the location, then I do think the location is a very, very positive one for tennis.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Innes, have you questions for on Bathi developments?
Good afternoon, Mr. Dodds. Could I ask you, first of all, what was your first engagement with this particular project?
Honestly, couldn't remember. There's been many discussions and many interactions. I wouldn't remember specifically the first one, to be honest.
Could you remember who it was with?
It would either be with Mrs. Murray, or it was Mrs. Murray, or Mr. Marshall, the ex-CEO of Tennis Scotland.
And what was Mr. Marshall's role in the development?
Well, as the then CEO of Tennis Scotland, he was obviously briefing me about it as the new incoming chair.
And when did you become the chair?
In January this year.
And since becoming chair, who have you met with in terms of the project team?
Well, I've met clearly with the Park of Keir partnership, Mr. Dunblane, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Hall.
And in terms of the letter of the 25th of March, who, and I think it was discussed, I think it's document 15.9, who asked you to write that letter?
I can't recall, but I believe there was a letter sent into Tennis Scotland headquarters in Edinburgh asking for feedback on the proposals. Sorry, and just to add, I can't remember off the top of my head, but I believe that was from Stirling Council.
So I'm just trying to, the letter from March 2016, there's a process here. There's a planning application, a subsequent amendment to the planning application, and then a short run-up to when the planning application's been determined and an appeal. Are you able to tell me if, or the circumstances surrounding why you would write on the 25th of March 2016 to the Council?
Well, there was as I say again, there was a letter that came into the headquarters of Tennis Scotland asking Tennis Scotland to feedback, so that was the letter was the result of that.
And in terms of the process, so you're saying that this letter was from the Council, that you may well have been consulted at a previous or subsequent date because there had been a change in the application in the previous summer. But are you suggesting that it's mere coincidence that this letter of 25th March appeared at the particular time because you'd had a letter the previous summer about a change to the application? Is that the summary of events?
I can't remember months ago what the sequence of events was, but I remember specifically that we were given a deadline to return a response, so that was why the letter was generated, and we just got it in time.
Now, in terms of your appointment as Chair of Tennis Scotland, obviously leading up before giving evidence, had a look at the press. Would it be fair to say that the relationship between Tennis Scotland and the Murray clan, the various members of the Murray family, had in the past at times been a difficult one in the sense that the organisation had been subject to criticism?
I think that's probably fair enough. I think there's a little bit of frustration that a lack of progress in Scotland, whilst some amazing good things were happening on the world stage.
I sort of get the context. You're a former player, you understand the process, you've also got experience in sports administration, so you've been brought in to essentially modernise Tennis Scotland. Is that fair to say?
Well, thank you for that, but it's I'm not sure brought in is the right term. I was on the board of Tennis Scotland, and very quickly the board asked me to step forward as chair.
And in terms of some of the criticisms that have been made of Tennis Scotland, and in particular perhaps the approach to coaching, etc., you're very much in line with the approach that Mrs. Murray has adopted and are very supportive of it. Would that be fair to say?
Well, I'm supportive of what's best and right for the country, and that's my duty here. And passion and obligation. If they're aligned to Mrs Murray, which they are in this case, then absolutely 100%.
And would it be fair to say that in tennis circles that Mrs Murray, Jamie and Andy are a fairly powerful force and are able to engender press publicity for comments they may have on either the game or the administration of the game? They're a powerful force. Would you accept that?
Well, I accept there's obviously a huge success story there for Scotland, and it's a success story that we can learn from. Having dealt with both Andy and Jamie when they were young, and seeing the commitment and the progress and the hard work and the endeavour, I think it's incumbent upon me and Tennis Scotland and a number of other bodies in Scotland to ensure an appropriate legacy there, because we have a huge opportunity to create many more children, young people, adults playing our game, benefiting from it, not necessarily on the world stage, but actually enjoying it from a health and fitness point of view. But if they go on and get more people playing the game and have an opportunity of more players playing on the world stage, then that can only be a good thing.
Now, can I go back to document 6.9, Park of Keir 6.9, and that was the consultation response from Tennis Scotland to the original planning application. Now, you were taking through this letter relatively briefly by my front. I just have a few points to pick up on. I just want mainly points of clarification, if I may. At paragraph 2, there's an acknowledgement that Tennis Scotland have limited resources, but there's also the Lawn Tennis Association. Could you just confirm the relationship between the two organisations, please?
In terms of Tennis Scotland and the Lawn Tennis Association, yes. Tennis Scotland are also the governing body of tennis in Scotland. The LTA are the governing body of tennis in Great Britain. There is an arrangement and a partnership between Tennis Scotland and the LTA, and there is funding, a limited amount of funding from the LTA to Tennis Scotland in order for Tennis Scotland to deliver programmes and staffing and outputs, basically.
And in that context, would the Lawn Tennis Association also make direct investments to Scotland over and above that?
Yes, that's obviously why the LTA have obviously put a very supportive evidence letter in as well, and these are consistent with Tennis Scotland on this, and we've had various meetings with the LTA about our facility planning, but yes, there is opportunities to bid into funds from the LTA, from London, to be invested in Scotland through a facility plan.
The letter then goes on to say, our budget considerations require us to ensure that all investments are based on business plan considerations that can deliver sustainable tennis delivery programmes. I appreciate that's probably got quite a lot of sports administration speak in it, but does that suggest that, first of all, I'll look at the particular project in question, and then I'll look at the outcomes for tennis from that in determining whether to make a particular grant available or some sort of investment? Would that be a fair description of that?
Sorry, which part of the
well, I'm just trying to understand the terminology, and it may well be that I'm lacking in sports administration, but I just want to understand what business plan considerations, and presume that is suggesting that the proposal must come forward with details and a business plan, and thereafter Tennis Scotland would evaluate that to demonstrate whether or not it delivered sustainable tennis delivery programmes. Is that correct?
So this is in reference to a letter written by the ex-president and the ex-chairman, is that correct?
Well, I'm asking you questions on the formal letter that's written by Tennis Scotland to the Planning Authority in relation to the planning application. Who wrote it or didn't write it is irrelevant. You may say they didn't have the authority to write it or things have changed. I'm asking you for a bit of help in interpreting what this letter means, because if I'm struggling with some of the terminology, I'm sure it would assist the reporter just to understand it. There's no big points being raised here. I'm just looking for a bit of clarity on some terminology that obviously seems to be in use in terms of sports administration. Is that how you read that particular paragraph? That we will make investments on evaluating our business plan consideration that's obviously been provided to Tennis Scotland, and then we'll evaluate whether it makes a contribution to sustainable tennis delivery programme. Is that not very clear?
Well, no, that's not the way I would have written this, to be fair, but there's a new leadership policy in Tennis Scotland. The approach is just to try and explain then, any business case for a facility, and I've obviously in my day job for the last 10 years I've been doing this professionally. It's not an exact science. There's drafts formed, there's views taken about income and expenditure, and usage patterns and utilisation, etc. And there's various sensitivity analysis done, and there's various forms of business plans that are done over a period of time as more and more in-depth work is done. So, at particular points, decisions will be made, applications will be made based on draft business plans. In terms of the process for here, there may well be a process, if planning is permitted, of an application process to the LTA. That would necessitate more detailed business plans, and that's the process that we would be entertaining. So, if that helps to clarify.
Absolutely perfectly. That was extremely helpful and exactly what I was looking for, so I'm very grateful. In terms of going on in the letter, we see that at this point Tennis Scotland suggests that they think it's inappropriate for them to comment on any of the local detailed issues, and then go on to make a general statement, which appears to be that they welcome any wholly independent investment that's aligned to the tennis ambitions. Now, that's best description of it. If it's independent investment, it's martini time. Any place, any player, you're quite happy to support. Is that fair?
Well, I'm not sure what I understand by independent investment in this letter, because I didn't write it, obviously. I'm not sure what that means.
Well, again, I was looking for some assistance from an experienced sports administrator that might have be able to help us, because we obviously are sitting before this inquiry, and it was the letter that your organisation wrote to the Planning Authority and sought to influence the determination of the application. So, obviously, if you're struggling, that may be hard. But may I suggest, on one reading it means that if the investment's independent, we're not that bothered as long as it's if it meets our ambitions. But if we were involved, there might be a tightening of the considerations that might be applicable before we were prepared to lend financial support to a project. No?
Well, I think that's perhaps right. I mean, if looking at the wording of, we welcome independent investment, perhaps my ex-colleagues who were involved in Tennis Scotland in yesteryear were of the opinion that this was perhaps a different funding model. 2 years down the road, we're in a situation where we've had discussions with the LTA. The LTA have given a letter of support, so there's opportunities for presenting bids and applications to the LTA, who are a very wealthy governing body because of the proceeds from Wimbledon, to successfully drive inward investment to this project, to Scotland, to benefit of local community and Scotland.
But it may have suggested that at the time, when they wrote their response to the particular planning application, they thought that this was largely going to be a privately funded investment in tennis. And what you're suggesting now is that looks somewhat different, and it might be looking to LTA support. Is that right? So there may be a difference in nuance in terms of the circumstances at the time then and today as to why there might be difference in the tone of those letters. Correct.
Yeah, perhaps, but sitting here as chairman of Tennis Scotland, it's vital for me and for my board to make sure that we bring our partners with us. We would not want to see Park of Keir developed in isolation. We want one plan for Scotland, which is a joined-up plan with support from its key partners and funders, and which is what we have right now today.
But I can appreciate that you've got a position, but I have got nothing before this inquiry which we could call a plan from Tennis Scotland, where Park of Keir sits within it. I mean, the evidence is your evidence of a position which you've adopted in response to the application. Is that fair, as it currently stands?
No, it's not fair. The situation is that there's a new management approach to Tennis Scotland. There's a new chair, there's developing a new board. You may have noticed in the press, Leon Smith, the head of men's tennis and the Davis Cup captain, is now board director of Tennis Scotland. Significant step forward. There's, very interesting, very positive relationships that are being forged now over the last few months, which will lend itself to, I think, greater investment in Scotland for tennis. There is a new plan forming. So whilst you don't have a plan written in front of you, and I appreciate that, it would be easier if you did, there is a plan being written and forming right now, which Park of Keir and other facilities are part of.
So a simple answer to my question was yes. There are plans being developed, but there's nothing in writing before the public inquiry. So the question is right, and that's the current position. Is that right?
Well, the current position is that the board and Tennis Scotland have agreed that Park of Keir is part of a one-facility plan for Scotland.
Now, in terms of evidence before this inquiry, I just want to talk about a bit about the line of argument. Paragraph 2.2 of your precognition, you make a fairly strong statement that you are personally driven to ensure that we offer greater opportunity for all in terms of the massive benefit of being involved in sport and physical activity. And in terms of this morning, we had a discussion about the same concept amongst golf body, which you're equally involved in as Chief Executive. So in terms of access and improving participation, we've got cost, accessibility, promotion and training, etc. So we've got a number of factors go into the question of how we go about increasing participation in sport, isn't there?
Sorry, I don't follow the question, sorry.
You were here this morning, we discussed what barriers there were to people participating in sport, and in golf it was cost, accessibility. The one thing about golf was time. It took a bit too long, so let's get a shorter format to come in, but we also needed the facilities as well. So there's a range of factors that come into play in terms of dealing with access to sport.
Yes.
And when we, obviously, Tennis Scotland, along with Golf Scotland, any body in Scotland promoting various things, will sort of try to align themselves with government policy, and that will be, for example, trying to deal with matters such as social inclusion, which again is, to paraphrase, sport for all, for everyone, from all backgrounds, etc., and that's equally applicable to golf.
we could debate participation, the health agenda, health and fitness, social inclusion. It all plays a large part, and I'm happy to discuss that at any level.
Insofar as your preparation for this, have you looked through the whole detail of the planning application and the supporting material?
I have looked through the pertinent parts of what I think is appropriate and what the board think was appropriate.
It's a very helpful answer. Could you just list then what you and the board considered appropriate in coming to your view? Because obviously that will influence and or need to go through matters. Could you perhaps just outline what you've had regard to?
Sure. Well, sorry, just to confirm, obviously we're not planning experts, so we're dealing with the sport and participation, everything to do with the sport agenda, tennis agenda. Obviously it's fairly obvious.
Sorry, we were talking about the planning application and the supporting documents, and you said there were certain documents you'd looked at, but there were others you weren't, and you said there were specific documents you had looked at, and you discussed those with the board. Presumably you know which documents you took to your board.
The board are looking at a facility strategy and a facility plan based on that way. We're not looking at it from the point of view of let's fit Park of Keir into a plan that's already there. It's one plan for Scotland. So what we're doing is we're looking at tennis. We're looking at the opportunities for indoor provision for the whole participation, grassroots development, coach education platform that we've been talking about today. That was the conversations that we had at the board, and what has driven us to come to a supporting conclusion on this project.
Well, obviously, can I just forget, did you look at the planning application plans?
The board didn't look at detailed, huge plans. They're aware they've had presentations about layouts and the facility plans and lists, but I'm not sure what you're meaning by the planning plans. But we've seen all the layouts, plans, the business plans, etc.
So just to be clear, who presented to your board in relation to the application?
We invited the Park of Keir partnership into our board to explain in detail.
And when was this?
A couple of months ago.
So it was after the letter in March, anyway.
Yeah, it was just to obviously get clarity on any issues whilst we're all together.
And insofar as other documents are concerned, obviously no doubt the Park of Keir grouping came along with the various diagrams and explained the concept to your board, is that correct?
Yes, it was, we were pretty familiar by that stage on the concept, and it was really an opportunity to drill down for board directors to ask any questions of the Park of Keir team in terms of any further detail that was required.
Insofar as that presentation concerned, did it also include financial matters?
Well, the financial matters were consistent with what I said earlier on in terms of our priority is this facility going to be good for tennis in Scotland for all the reasons outlined, and we came to the conclusion that yes, it fits with the developing strategy, it fits with the direction we're going, it fits with the outcomes that we want for Scotland, locally and nationally. So in terms of funding, the discussion was that yes, this fits with our funding plans, and the funding plans, just to reinforce and repeat myself again, were along the lines of the stated direction in terms of one plan for Scotland, which we presented to our funding partners.
So, just to be clear, I just want clarity. The position of funding of the development was a matter that was put to the board by the Park of Keir Partnership, or it wasn't? Was funding put to them?
We discussed how this overall would be funded as part of the overall facility plan. So there's one facility plan for Scotland, of which Park of Keir is part of, and therefore Tennis Scotland have been looking at how are we going to fund the next generation of indoor and outdoor facilities for the nation over the next 10 years. So in the context of that one plan, Park of Keir is part of that in terms of its funding. And can I just add, sorry, just to confirm that this is a process of application, and we've still to go through that process.
So, again, I don't want to labour this because I actually think the position is fairly clear. And perhaps if I could take it slowly. One is funding was discussed and presented to your board. Secondly, that in terms of your plan, you are considering putting something in for Park of Keir as your strategic plan, as you're developing at the moment. Is that correct, those two?
Yeah, as I said, the Park of Keir is part of the facility plan.
And the third point is that, having looked at it at that level, you do anticipate that there would have to be a further level of scrutiny given to a proposal if consent were granted.
Any project, when it goes forward for funding, will have further scrutiny, of course, yes.
Insofar as, did you scrutinise the outline business case that's been presented along with the planning application? Personally, have you scrutinised that?
Yes, I've seen it, yeah.
Have you raised questions with the Park of Keir team relating to that business case?
Yes, there's been discussions on the business case, yes.
And what is the nature of those discussions?
Well, it's obviously consultation and advice and guidance. The LTA have also offered their advice and guidance because it's in our interest as governing bodies in Scotland and in Great Britain to ensure that any facilities that we want to try and develop in partnership with partners is going to be sustainable and successful. So we've been looking at the business case and clearly there's going to be further work on that as any development, consistent with any development when we're developing facilities. And that's consistent with what I've been doing for the last 10 years in developing facilities.
And insofar as outcomes from that type of process, there's absolutely no guarantees that things won't emerge that are different arising from that process. That's the very nature of business cases, isn't it? Once you drill into the detail and start looking at the hard and difficult things, one needs to bring greater certainty, isn't that correct?
Well, my experience is interesting here, as I say, just to reinforce this point. The first important factor here is if we were building, or if there was a proposal to build a shed of indoor courts sitting on its own in a field, it would be doubtful whether the Tennis Scotland or the LTA would be supporting it. We're not suggesting that. There's clearly a plan in place, and it's going back to the point of multi-sport, multi-activity. So to relate that to your question about the business plan, that gives the business plan strength for tennis. It gives it sustainability, and in terms of my own personal experience and linking it to my role at Tennis Scotland, we're confident that an appropriate business plan can be delivered as part of the facility to make it sustainable and successful for the community and for the nation.
And insofar as you make the case of better together, there are inherent risks with that process as well, because if you understand your particular sport, you understand the likely market, you understand the likely demand, but if one of the other partners fails for whatever reason, that can bring an instability to the whole position. And what the specific question I'm going to ask you is that your experience has been through a larger organisation that has essentially, has it not, the outsourcing of the public authority leisure facilities. Is that not the background that you came from?
Yes, I was Chief Executive of Charitable Sports Trust.
Now, insofar as you say it's a strength, if, for whatever reason, one of the sporting facilities within the element of the mixed use failed, then that would certainly potentially undermine the project and the viability of the proposal, wouldn't it?
Well, the partners, Tennis Scotland, the LTA, Sport Scotland, we're all in the same boat here. We all want the same outcomes. There's no point in supporting an opportunity to get more facilities, which is what we need, if it's not going to work and be sustainable. So it's in our interest to make sure it's going to be sustainable and deliver the outcomes we all want. Therefore, the process has always been for funding applications in these situations that the business planning and all aspects of the plan will be scrutinised, and the funds will only be given through the LTA, etc., and the partnership if all partners who are incredibly experienced in these things are satisfied with all the areas within the application of which the business plan is key.
Now, just finally on this point, I would presume that Tennis Scotland, Sport Scotland and others, in terms of one of the criteria and the critical criteria for participation being accessibility, can I suggest to you that the location of this particular facility in its particular location in the Greenbelt is in an unsustainable location from an accessibility perspective?
Well, in terms of sustainability, and with reference to the business plan point as well, just to reinforce here the fact that the multi-sport, multi-activity factor here is key to making the whole facility work. I think that's an important point. And again, harking back, you've raised my experience for the last 10 years in one of the largest charitable sports trusts in the UK, and that's what we did there. And it's all about delivering mutually beneficial sports and activities that actually cross-fertilise and drive usage and drive income that can be reinvested back in terms of the model of not-for-profit to reinvest back in to make sure it's ongoing and sustainable. So, there's a huge confidence there in terms of the appropriate approach to make it sustainable from that perspective.
Have you read the transport assessment and the conclusions of that document?
No, you need to ask Mr. Burney about the transport.
But as somebody who's experienced in leisure facilities, that one of the key issues in terms of accessibility would be the ability to access the facilities, and looking at the various catchments involved in the accessibility of the particular location. Would that not be fair?
Well, yes, absolutely, and we've done appropriate level, and I stress appropriate level for a small governing body to do it in terms of look at the location and the sustainability in terms of the all aspects that we would get involved with in terms of the business plan and all the rest of it. But clearly, looking at the number of courts in the area, the location generally in terms of if we've got a national context, what we have looked at is, and we get a number of complaints when we have programmes in the Borders or in Inverness. It's about trying to do national programmes where most of the country can travel to. So in that regard, we looked at a holistic approach in terms of its location, and clearly a location in central Scotland where, and some of the reports that I've read, we're able to get to between 70 and 80% of the population in a relatively small drive time is something that's very attractive for this location.
And in terms of the 30% of Scottish households that don't have access to a car, that doesn't really help, does it? A drive time is utterly irrelevant to people that don't have access to a motor vehicle, is it?
Well, I'm sure that there's a number of examples of similar facilities that have been very successful with similar starting points. So I'm fairly confident that this will be exactly the same.
Or the 50% of young adults aged 17 to 24 don't even hold a driving licence, let alone have access to a car.
Yeah, again, to reiterate, in my experience, Ravenscraig Regional Sports Facility is a fantastic example where £32 million of public money was invested in a sports facility, multi-sport facility with different activities and different sports. There was no public transport access whatsoever, which we actually lobbied for, but it's still not there, but it was a tremendous success, and there was actually creative ideas about how we can get the community to travel to Ravenscraig, which in terms of the figures became a very, very well used and popular and successful and sustainable sports facility. One example was that we put a sponsored bus and went around communities free of charge for certain underage group, under 18s. So I'm sure we can have a look at various innovative ways of ensuring that anyone who is excluded is actually included.
Looking at something like the National Performance Centre, which has gone to Heriot Watt, I know there's a lot of competition around Scotland for that, but one of the reasons that advanced in the press release was the accessibility of the location. Obviously, the Scottish Government believes that in assessing where Scotland's, and this is more about the coaching side, if you're going to attract people from all over Scotland, it should be to a location which is accessible and can be easily accessed by public transport.
Well, I don't think the National Performance Centre was driven just purely by location, and if it was so, I don't think it would be in Edinburgh.
But that's the point, is that if you locate these new type sporting facilities actually within a community, such as Stirling University with its excellent accessibility by public transport, or Heriot Watt with its excellent accessibility by public transport, you increase the opportunities for people without access to cars to actually participate in sport and for them to actually get there. Is that not the case?
As I say, this area is going to be incredibly important for tennis. Working in partnership with Stirling, I'm very confident that the usage will be successful and what is required, and I think we'll actually find that demand for Park of Keir will actually increase and it will become even more successful. But in terms of the transport point, where there's a will, there's a way. In terms of my own experience, as I say, there's many examples of where we've been innovative and solution orientated. If you want something to work, there's always ways of actually making it work.
And finally, insofar as Tennis Scotland has presented evidence for the inquiry, and I think it would be fair to say that you're strongly supportive, insofar as you have this remit throughout Scotland, are there areas of Scotland where tennis participation is lower than others?
Well, how do you measure participation? That's quite a key point.
Well, presumably, if you can go and get golf data on percentage of population regularly playing at golf courses, etc., there's data available, easily publicly available. Is the same not available for tennis, or do you not know where your black spots are in terms of participation?
The way tennis, every governing body has different approaches for measuring its own KPIs and outcomes. There's no set ways of delivering some data. Different governing bodies do it different ways. In terms of Tennis Scotland, the driver for Tennis Scotland has been in the past membership. That's one of the key performance indicators. So, one of the tasks that we have and one of the plans that we have is to introduce new technology to tennis and to tennis clubs and venues where participation can actually easily be measured as well as membership. However, looking at the data that is available, the membership trends are increasing slightly, but if you actually drill down into that, that's relevant to the large conurbations where there's been multi-sports facilities driven. For example, David Lloyd Leisure, Virgin Actives, etc., where there's actually multi-sports facilities. That's where the main growth has been, which again reinforces the point about the multi-sport centre being the growth area.
One final question, Mr. Dodds, on this particular line. If one, presumably, you must have a fair degree of understanding of locations where there is a lack of tennis facilities as opposed to essentially data about individual community usage. You must have fairly clear indication of where in Scotland there are greater deficiencies in provision than others.
Yes, of course we do, and that's all part of the facility plan that's being driven at the moment, yes.
Do you not think it stretches credibility of your organisation to suggest that the best location for a new tennis facility is between Dunblane and Bridge of Allen, given the range of opportunities that currently exist in these communities and in the vicinity for tennis?
Well, I think it's quite clear that from the evidence that I've given that we're absolutely way under the number of courts we have. If you look at 23,000 courts in Great Britain, we've got less than 1,000, but we'll get 10% of the population, so we're less than half of the number of tennis courts we should have. We have even less indoor courts. So there's two main drivers, and then feed that into the supply and demand, which is what you're referring to. And yes, Park of Keir is not the only one, it's not the only game in town. It's part of a facility plan, one plan for Scotland, which has got other regions attached to it. We've got a very ambitious plan based on the success that Scotland has had in tennis on the world stage, and we want more of that success. And to get that success, we're going to need more than just one Park of Keir. We're going to need a number of facilities. Now, we're targeting ourselves to do 2 indoor tennis centres per year over the next 5 years to have 10. And we're working with different local authorities, different areas and parts of Scotland that actually need and require those facilities.
And what the follow-up question to that is, ignore the fact that there was a proposal in this location from your mind. I know it's terribly difficult, but for this assumption, could you just join with me in doing so? And you had the opportunity to deliver a similar type of venture. I would suggest to you it's patently obvious that there are more deserving parts of Scotland in terms of access to sporting provision that you could locate new sporting provisions within. Is that not fair?
Well, as I say, the Park of Keir is not the only facility that we're looking at. There's a holistic plan approach here for the whole of Scotland, and there's opportunities and plans for other parts, i.e. Inverness, Fife is 2 examples. Glasgow is still, actually, because of its conurbation, still short and opportunities there. Stirling, Bridge of Allen, Dunblane is a unique opportunity, and I think we have actually proven that there is a case to be driven for the need for other and new facilities in this area, and that's why we're supporting it.
Well, the difficulty with that approach, Mr. Dodds, is I can understand a line of argument that you could create for that, but in your evidence and the responses from Tennis Scotland to date, the first inkling we get of this type of approach of a shortfall or deficiency has largely been around giving evidence today. The fact is it not, that there are other areas of Scotland that have much greater need and greater deficiency in sports provision than Dunblane or Bridge of Allen. Would you accept that Full stop.
Well, no. The facts are that we have a huge opportunity here to make a massive difference. Park of Keir being one of many facilities that we want to drive forward. And I say again, to repeat again, working in partnership with organisations like Stirling University and with the local clubs gives us a unique opportunity to do that locally, not only to benefit the local population, the local club base, and the local community, but also the national context of feeding coaches and a trained workforce via what we can do at Park of Keir through the national context and plan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dodds. Thank you.
Mr. Prescott, your questions, please.
Thank you. Mr. Dodds, sorry to go back to the beginning, but just very simply, can you confirm which board meeting the unanimous support for this proposal was given? And if so, was it minuted? And where are the minutes published?
There's been a number of discussions about Park of Keir and a range of other facilities at a number of board meetings. There's been presentations, PowerPoints, there's been discussions, and there's been minuted meetings, and there has been minuted, yes.
And where are they published so that I can read them?
The Tennis Scotland do not publish minutes.
Are Tennis Scotland not subject to freedom of information through dispersing of public funds?
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but really I feel this is beginning to get completely and utterly irrelevant. We're now getting into a debate about the conduct of the organisation. Mr. Dodds has given evidence already that he is fully supported by the organisation. I fail to see where this discussion is actually taking us that is in any way relevant to the report you have to prepare.
I have to say, I'm not really clear where this is taking us. Mr. Prescott, can you shed any light on that? As far as I can see, the appellant has a series of witnesses, one of whom is giving evidence at the moment. He's also an office bearer of Tennis Scotland, and we're hearing his evidence. I'm not sure where the chain of history is taking us, what the end point is.
There are 2 or 3 points, but one is this is a very important issue to our community, and decisions being taken behind closed doors, and we don't see what decisions being made, and there's clearly been a change in direction. But also it would appear there is likely to be a disbursement of public funds discussed, if not carried out, and then one would expect again to be able to see the decisions that led to that public funding coming forward, and public funding is going to be clearly a key issue in the future provision of this facility if planning permission is granted.
Is there anything you might say, Mr. Collins, in response to that?
Well, sir, I think I would have to reiterate, I don't see how that is relevant to the report you have to make to ministers. That is talking about future events. A subsequent application for funding is an issue that should be dealt with at that stage. And I feel, sir, while I can appreciate the concerns that are being expressed on behalf of the community, this is an inquiry that you ordered, sir, in terms of the statutory powers to inform you so that you can then prepare the report to the Minister. And the report to the Minister is on the application for planning permission, which is about the development. And this is taking us much wider than that application. As the gentleman has indicated, it's about an application for funding which will come at some point in the future.
I have to say I'm not convinced this is a very good use of inquiry time, Mr. Prescott. It may indeed be an active concern of local community, but that doesn't necessarily equate to a topic that we legitimately cover at this inquiry. We're here dealing with the evidence of the parties and we're trying to assess on behalf of Scottish ministers whether this is an appropriate development in the position where it's proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Bain. I will take note of that and move on to Mr. Dodd's recognition. In 2.2 and a number of other places within the recognition, Mr. Dodds refers to world-class staff. We understand why one would want world-class staff. They are likely to have to be paid world-class wages, one could presume. Can you confirm that that's the case?
World-class staff. Well, you know, I'm working for Tennis Scotland and trying to squeeze as much time I can into this and don't earn a penny. Every time that I've been speaking to Mrs. Murray about this, she's not been earning a penny. You know, there's a huge amount of passion here in terms of what we can do on the ground to deliver world-class experience to make a difference for Scotland and the local community. You know, the whole opportunity here is one of a sustainable business plan. Every cost and expenditure line will be interrogated by the funders appropriately. So I don't think I can comment any further on that.
So are you suggesting that, from your own experience, that a lot of the coaching staff at Park of Keir will not be paid and they will be volunteers?
The business plan will include income and expenditure, and my understanding it will be a not-for-profit operation. Therefore, any surpluses that are delivered will be reinvested back into the aims of the charity, which is all about sport, physical activity, tennis, golf, etc. So that's number one. Number two, and clearly as a charity, you know, there'll be appropriate controls and governance in place. In terms of volunteers, yes, that's the whole point of this facility and other facilities, and Mrs. Murray and her team are experts at delivering and training a workforce that's volunteers, which you know, and so there'll be a level of free volunteer activity. Whether that's parents who are often volunteers in sport, as we know, do a fantastic job. Without the volunteer network in Scotland, many sports wouldn't be able to deliver what they deliver, so that's an important feature. But also, not only unpaid volunteers, but paid coaches as well will be part of the solution. And if they're paid coaches, there's appropriate controls in place to pay the appropriate controlled rate for coaches.
Okay, I understand where you're coming from. Let's move on to another key tenet of this. One of the key objectives is to move people from Park of Keir, which will have modern, state-of-the-art facilities, world-class staff, an amazing place to play tennis. Can you explain how players will then move on from this pay-as-you-go facility, which is fantastic, into, you have suggested to yourself, less than good facilities in clubs elsewhere? What will drive them forward, and why will they want to go?
Well, quite simply, the part of playing sport, as you may or may not know, is competing. And many people who enter into sport would, in some ways, often like to compete. Now, whether that's the ladies' fourth team, the gents' third team, whatever it is, whether it's better standard than that, there's opportunities to play and compete at local clubs, and that's how this facility will work with the local infrastructure. It will create the participation and have lots of programmes in terms of grassroots, beginner, adult, beginner, etc., and pass them on to clubs in order for competitive tennis to be enjoyed. So that's why it's complementary, not competing.
when you say key part of the competition, what proportion of club players are competitive and what proportion just play for the fun of it and for the participation? Because one of the key messages is in all of this is about participation. It hasn't been generally about competition, it's about wider participation.
Once we increase the participation, we need to make sure it's sustainable and we need to keep people in the game. One of the methods to do that is to introduce them to competitive tennis. Now, competitive tennis doesn't need to be elite or performance level. It can be club level, it can be beginner level. People can still enjoy, and the feedback we get and the research we do points to the fact that people really enjoy when they're playing a sport to be able to compete at their own level and actually then see themselves perhaps improve and move up the teams within a club. And that's clearly what we as governing body will support, and also working with Park of Keir will support. And just to add, there's the same kind of concerns, perhaps rightly, were expressed, and I heard them and I lived through it. Many years ago, when David Lloyd started building his David Lloyd clubs, all the local tennis clubs were up in arms and saying, "Oh, this is going to be the death of tennis in Scotland." All the club members will move to David Lloyd. That didn't happen. Actually, what's happening is there's a growth in club membership. So actually, it's a great example of how multi-sport facilities can actually grow the game and support the local club infrastructure. Local clubs need access to all year-round play. They need somewhere where they can access indoor facilities to make sure their clubs are sustainable in their communities.
That leads on to the second stage, which was in 2.3, whereby it's quite clear, yes, that local clubs do need a range of indoor activities, and Mrs. Murray has made the same sort of comment relatively recently in the press. If you have limited funding, and clearly you have, and Park of Keir is a big facility which therefore will require big funding, are you sure that this is the right direction for funding, and that you wouldn't be better putting 6 indoor courts at 6 smaller clubs where you could get more local people using them instead of putting them all together in one place?
There's a range of solutions for the approach you've just said. In terms of a good use of limited resources, the turnover of Tennis Scotland is there for everyone to see in terms of the information. It's a £1.8 million a year turnover. We do not host or hold any facility funds directly with the governing body. We do not invest directly in facilities. That's not our role. Our role is to actually lead, and we're leading the facility plan. We're in discussions with the LTA. We will be presenting our facility plans to the LTA, who we think are going to be very interested in supporting facilities like this and others, and therefore actually we're turning on its head by bringing more money into Scotland and into this sport and into tennis by getting investment from London and from the profits of Wimbledon, which in yesteryears we're not getting enough of.
One of the key parts of this particular market is supposed to be the beginner market. What size of population do you think supports an increase in or provision of this facility of this scale and this size? Because the population for Stirling is quite small and the population at the younger level is quite small, and it strikes me as there really aren't going to be enough people to support your facility.
Well, I'll read out the stats for you then. Total registered venues in this area is 17, with a population of 280,000, the way we work it in Tennis Scotland. That's in terms of membership adults, 1,418, juniors 1,000. If you compare that to Glasgow West, there's not 17 venues but 62 for double the population. So instead of I can't concentrate.
So, would it be possible for these figures to be produced to the whole inquiry? It appears that a point is being made, and I think a computer is being used to access this information whilst giving evidence, which isn't particularly standard practice. whether actually it could be printed out and we could all have access to these figures.
I think that would be very helpful. I'm certainly trying to keep pace with the figures that have been referred to, and I don't imagine there'll be any difficulty in producing those on behalf of the Park of Keir.
Absolutely, it's not a problem at all. All I was trying to do was actually answer the question with facts, so sorry if I was trying to do that. Will I continue? Okay, so the question was about local demand. As I say, 17 venues are located in this area. That compares with 62 in Glasgow West. Glasgow West is double the population, so instead of, if you look at it in terms of what's actually happening in Glasgow West, if the same profiling and activity levels were in this area, then we'd have 34 venues, not 17.
You quoted a figure of 280,000 in your central tennis area. The population of Stirling Council area is about 80,000. So clearly you are envisaging the catchment area for the grassroots part of this as being very much wider than the Stirling Council area, and that suggests quite long distances for travel for people to come to use these facilities. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think there's going to be a local demand, but that demand will be wide. Yeah, so I think it's going to be a very popular venue. Yes.
Are you expecting to employ more funding staff, or perhaps I should correct that, are you expecting more coaching staff to be provided at Park of Keir than are currently in the area generally, and increase the size of the coaching staff in tennis coaching staff in Scotland?
Well, clearly when venues of this size and nature are developed, and if Park of Keir is developed, there'll be local employment opportunities across the board. In terms of specific coaching roles, then yeah, I do expect more coaches to be employed. There is, in terms of over the last 6 months in my role as leading Tennis Scotland, an outcome that we want to pursue, and that's developing more coaches. There isn't enough. And at the same time develop our existing coaches and turn them, as I say again, to repeat myself, from good coaches into world-class coaches. And I think a facility like Park of Keir will help make that happen.
So how are these existing coaching roles to be funded, and why isn't that possible to be started now?
Well, there's different approaches two ways to answer that question. Number one, there will be part of the business plan within any facility that's presented to funders and governing bodies. As I say, income and expenditure, part of the expenditure business plan will be staffing costs. And there'll be the appropriate level of staffing in that staffing cost. However, to add to that, quite often there's a flexible approach about how to employ tennis coaches. There's options, and those options will be looked at per facility and per project. Sometimes they're employed, sometimes they're self-employed, sometimes it's a retainer. So there's different models for different roles and purposes, and we actually support that, because quite often coaches do not want to be full-time, but that doesn't mean they're any less proficient or quality than someone who is full-time. So we want to give that opportunity and support that. I forgot my second point now. The coaching framework in terms of the governing body is one that we are looking at investing in that, if we can, with our partners, not directly with our own money, but with seeking new partnership funding to increase the number of coaches in Scotland, because there just isn't any, there isn't enough, basically.
So, to get my understanding right, in general, the trainee or somebody on their behalf is the person who ultimately pays for the coaching, rather than the coaching to be a free good to the trainee from a wider body.
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
The question is fairly straightforward. Is it the person who's being trained who pays the coach?
Well, again, there's so many different models. There'll be opportunities for group lessons. There's going to be opportunities. A programme in a major facility like this will be wide and varied. So there'll be lots of different opportunities at different entry levels, different age groups. There'll be group lessons. There'll be clubs coming in to buy space who put their own lessons in using the facility. So there'll be a whole range of different options for the community to get involved with. And again, going back to my point, though, one of the main drivers for us as a governing body, though, is to train coaches. And this facility will be ideal for developing the coach development and education programmes, to develop a whole range of better qualified, better experienced coaches for the local location and for Scotland.
Thank you for that. I think I get the understanding I needed. It seems that in going through this facility, when it first came as an application, right up until the point at which we got into the appeal documentation, has always been a grassroots facility. Would you agree with that?
Well, I think, again, my 2 points here, it's grassroots, but also developing coaches for the nation as well. That's an important point.
I take your point about the coaching. It wasn't necessarily a very obvious part of the application, but you could develop coaches at any suitable facility as it stands at the moment. Why can't you develop coaches at some of the other existing facilities?
Well, we need a base from which to do our coach development and education programmes. The ideal base, if you look at, again, going back to the complementary point, Stirling University is focused on performance with its tennis scholarship and bursary scheme linking into the Tennis Scotland performance squad. And then, if comparing that to the coach development and education and developing world-class coaches and developing more coaches, then clearly we need a base in Scotland for that. So having looked at the location, having looked at the opportunity, having looked at the personnel involved, which is key, then that's key to this proposal. Sorry, just to add, Mrs Murray and her team are already involved in supporting Tennis Scotland with coach development and education programmes, but we can do an awful lot more. It's a little bit piecemeal because we don't have one central venue to bring coaches into in order to do that for the nation.
Mr Brain, we are, as a community council, trying to share this work between us. I would like my colleague Rosie Hunter to contribute to some of the points because she has slightly more knowledge than I have in some areas. Is that satisfactory?
I'm entirely comfortable with that. This is clearly a community council, and I'm entirely happy if they share the questions, providing there's no objection from the appellant's side. Okay, carry on.
If we can go back to Craig Lockhart, that was mentioned in the surface being upgraded, but even now the current surface not being suitable, would it not make more sense to put in the new hard court surface as discussed into well-used facilities and well-run facilities rather than build on a new basis?
Yeah, it's not an either or, though. It's what we would like to do is do both. So it's not an either or.
And just leading on from that, you mentioned that although they had been upgraded from grass, they flooded. What's the chances at the Keir roundabout of flooding on a hard court surface?
Well, that's obviously the key to indoor-outdoor mix, so that we can actually have that mix of indoor-outdoor to make sure that there's a fallback position for events or for inclement weather, and that's what we need more of, that combination.
Okay, moving on then to the court status. You've mentioned the number of facilities in general. You've mentioned that there's not enough indoor courts. Do you have a number of indoor courts in the whole of Scotland at the moment, as it stands? How many do we have?
Indoor courts, we have 112.
Okay, so in this area we have 10 out of 112, which I would say is fairly well proportioned, if you take that as a total.
I would disagree. I think we need more.
But presumably places like the north of Scotland that have no indoor facilities would be better suited to situate a new indoor court than 6 located in one location which has already got provision.
Which is why we're doing a one plan for Scotland approach, looking at demand supply, looking at opportunities, looking at partners, and looking at where we can actually develop more than Park of Keir, but a whole range of new facilities at all different parts of Scotland. So that's a clear driver for us. And also, just to add, a huge proportion of the 112 indoor courts are commercial and profit making and very expensive, and that's something that we need to try and address by offering pay-as-you-go indoor facilities which are linked to coaching programmes, which doesn't exist.
Pretty much doesn't exist in any of the 110.
Well, as I say, the 110, I can probably give you a breakdown, actually, if I could. In terms of commercial, most of them are commercial. In terms of, if you know the market, I'm sure you do, that the pay-as-you-play infrastructure that exists at the moment that is not backed up by a huge infrastructure of coaching and development. It's very much just a facility. Scotland, for example, Gorbals and Glasgow are two good examples. There is some opportunities for coaching, but it's very limited, and that's something we need to address.
I definitely have picked up that coaching is something you need to address. As far as I've gathered, there are more than 300 clubs in Scotland, and yet there aren't 300 coaches in Scotland, so I would suggest that must be something that you'd be working on, and I would be delighted if that was developed, but what I'm not clear on is the benefit of developing it by building 12 courts here, as opposed to looking at centres of excellence, perhaps in Bridgevallen that we already have, or in where the centres of population are in Glasgow or Edinburgh. So why would you pick here as opposed to there?
Well, your first point is absolutely spot on. We do need more coaches, and again, going back to the point, it's not just volume, it's quality. So I think we can tackle that with working with the appropriate people in sport that we have in tennis right now. In terms of, so that's a key driver for us, more coaches and better coaches. In terms of the location, again, I think we've been through the location quite a few times. We do believe, because of the numbers, they stack up. We do believe, working in partnership with infrastructure that's currently existing locally, we can work with the clubs, work with Stirling University to mutual benefit, and it will be complementary, not competing. So.
Okay, if I could ask for a little bit of information based on your experience working with the Community Sports Hub and the fact it was multi-sport. What were the sports involved as part of that multi-sport complex?
Well, it's not one size fits all, so that's number one. That's an important point. You can't just take one model and replicate that throughout the whole of the country. It's demand supply. It's community led. It's what's going to fit that local community and drive usage and drive sustainability. But to answer your question, the main constituent parts that make it successful, in my expert opinion, having lived with it all my life, is it's all about looking at compatibility of sports and activities. To tennis, for example, sits very well with strength and conditioning, fitness, gym activity, yoga, Pilates, golf, obviously, and tennis have a synergy. Gymnastics, soft play, and then obviously all the other ancillary buildings and facilities of quality changing rooms, cafes, and then outdoors obviously you've got cycling opportunities, things like obstacle courses, which are very much a growth area. So it's really, they're just a few examples. Badminton obviously is something that's useful as well in the right context. So there's a range of mixes that you can put through a business plan and a facility that would drive traffic and cross-fertilisation to ensure the usage figures are sufficient enough to make the building sustainable.
Okay, but in particular, I can't remember the exact figure you mentioned, but you said you took a previous organisation from 14 to 38 million or something along those lines. I just wondered what sports were involved in that particular situation.
Yes, it was North Lanarkshire Leisure. It went from 12 million to 28 million turnover in this period of 10 years. We doubled the customer numbers, and that was all about developing the appropriate facilities for the local community. So there's been quite a successful track record there, one that we've all learned from. So to give you some examples, Ravenscraig had a mix of athletics, badminton, basketball, volleyball, so the main sports hall sports. It had one indoor tennis court, it had indoor football and a large gymnasium and meeting rooms. So that was one mix that worked particularly well. In contrast, for example, Broadwood Stadium had a full-size competitive football pitch, a large gymnasium, sports hall for the usual badminton, basketball, etc., dojo for martial arts, which worked well in that area, outdoor tennis courts, and I also had an international standard BMX track as well. So it's there's different models, and it's not, again, one size fits all, but both were equally successful in terms of growth.
Okay, thank you for that. In that instance, can you genuinely consider that a 12 tennis centre facility with a 6-hole golf course with big holes can really be described as a multi-sport facility?
Yes, it can, because it won't just be those two sports. It will be some other areas that I mentioned. There's going to be a gymnasium there. There's going to be activity outdoors as well. So I anticipate there'll be studios for yoga, Pilates, which is very popular amongst parts of the community. There's going to be opportunities for strength and conditioning, which is a massive growth area for not only communities but for the sports clientele, and linking strength and conditioning to their own sport. There's going to be opportunities for cycling, walking, and football. So I think it's just more than what you mentioned.
Okay, I appreciate there may be a studio for yoga or whatever, but many of the other things that you've mentioned are now readily accessed in both Bridge of Allen, Stirling and Dunblane. So it's unclear to me why it would be of national importance to set that on greenbelt land between our communities.
The key point here is it's a facility mix that makes it accessible and easy for the community to use, and therefore sustainable in terms of a business plan proposition. As I go back to a point I made a while ago, if a shed was built with indoor courts sitting on its own in the field, that would not be sustainable on its own. So it's about how do society, how do families operate these days? The days of a member of the family disappearing all day long to play golf and not interacting with the family, they're starting to disappear clearly. And if you look at all the feedback and research, you can see that the successful facilities that I've just mentioned, for example, North Lanarkshire and other charitable sports trusts, are driving multi-sport because all the family, all the community can go to one location for all their needs, and that's what makes it successful. So it's not about going there for your yoga, there for your Pilates, there for your strength conditioning, there for your gym workout, or spinning studio, or for tennis, or for golf, or cafe. All these different locations is bringing it to the one, and therefore more people will be using it and become sustainable.
Right, I do understand that element of it. Could you maybe update me on actual participation levels of tennis in Scotland? Like the number of people who, I don't know how you quantify it, if it's just literally members of clubs or however, but if you could let me know what that is, please.
Yes, certainly. It's at the moment that we have 53,537 registered members in Scotland. It's gone up just under 1,000 in a year. So there's been small growth for the last 3 or 4 years, of which I've got figures for, which I can supply.
Okay, thank you. And would you say they are deemed active members, or they've just paid their subs to their club?
But I think, well, again, reference to one of my previous answers, as incoming chair over the last few months, there's plans in place to which I'm driving, to look at much better information at club level, which details how often people are playing. But clearly, one of the drivers at the moment is membership. So that's one of our key performance indicators. What we know, though, is that a lot of that growth in membership is coming from the David Lloyds, the Virgins, the Sportists, the multi-sport activities, and what we're trying to do is make sure that the local clubs have access to more pay-as-you-go facilities, so it makes the club's infrastructure successful as well. But again, going back to the point about the number of indoor courts, 112, most of them are commercial, and therefore that disadvantages the club network. So we need to give the club network in Scotland more opportunity for pay-as-you-go indoor activity that the clubs can access and benefit from.
Okay, so with David Lloyd, as you've picked that as an example, do you have an idea of what their participation levels are compared to outside member courts? I know they have indoor courts. I'm thinking specifically in the Edinburgh one of their indoor courts. What would be the usage, say, in any given month?
David Lloyd are a private company, so we're only getting membership figures from David Lloyd.
So you've no idea how busy the courts are, or you've got no kind of concept as to how busy or otherwise these commercial courts are?
Well, we know anecdotally, but they're a private company. What we do is we monitor their membership figures and do it from that perspective.
Could you give me any indication? Would you say they're 20% use, 50, 60, 70, or you just can't give any indication at all?
There's lots of different models in terms of utilisation figures, in terms of different business plans. I can certainly supply data, I'm sure, as the proceedings go on over the next few days, if that would be.
That would be helpful, yeah, thank you. Just a couple of final things. I believe you have looked at the business plan and said that feedback was given to Park of Keir during those discussions. In your opinion, would you be able to confirm if you feel as an organisation that the level of use given in that business plan of the courts and the capacity requirements, i.e. 90% by year 4, is in any way achievable?
Okay, so the business plan, as I say, is in these situations when we're developing facilities, is a moving feast in a way, and funding from, for example, big funders like the governing body for Great Britain Tennis, LTA, will only be coming to fruition when all parties are satisfied with the business plan. The LTA are also helping with the business plan in terms of driving it forward and looking at it in terms of usage and price point, etc. So what the proposal is today may not be the end proposal in terms of the business plan, and it's a natural phenomenon that business plan will get more and more detailed as time goes on. But again, just to reinforce, the safety net there is that no funder will fund something that is at odds with other facilities. So we need to be looking at other consistent facilities and sustainable facilities for it to be funded.
Thank you. I get that. I suppose from our point of view, part of this project is looking for funding through enabling housing, which of course has a massive impact to our green belt. Thank you. That's all from me.
I have a couple of other points. Yeah.
Give me a microphone and say, yeah. I think there was a throwaway at the end of that, and I think because it's an opportunity for cross-examination, I think you're making it. Was there something you wanted to come back on at the end?
Well, yeah, I was just a wee throwaway comment that came my direction, so perhaps just to answer, I mean, it's a case of the way it's not my area of expertise, obviously, in terms of housing, obviously, that I'm looking at it from the sports angle, but my understanding is if those 19 houses weren't there would just be a bigger funding gap. So, you know, and also then the situation would be that there'd be more money to be got back, as it were, from the business plan. So actually, there's an effort here to make the business plan more sustainable from day one, with the help of the housing injection of cash. So that's my reading of the situation.
It's interesting because the clear provision for the enabling housing was to reduce the cost, not to cover the gap. But we'll leave that until a later time.
Well, both are the same thing. Well, if you don't pay the capital cost, then you'd have to borrow money, and borrowing money then goes into the business plan to be repaid. So it's related.
The key element of this application was affordable and accessible. And affordable was about having a lower cost capital, so that the access charges could be reduced. And that's not at all what you're saying. What you're saying is the business plan will come together and it will charge whatever charges it has to achieve a sustainable facility.
Sorry, that's absolutely not what I'm saying. I thought I was quite clear. If the capital injection of cash from the housing is there to make the facility more sustainable, there's less funding required to make it work. So if that capital injection was not there, that money would have to be found from elsewhere. Therefore, there's a knock-on effect to the price point and the sustainability. So that, it's fairly straightforward.
We'll leave that one there. One of the new introductions into this appeal process was the requirement for a site for competitions. It was not something that appeared in any of the original applications in any shape or form. And a point was made about lack of competition space. So can you say which locations are likely to lose their competitions to Park of Keir when Park of Keir, or if Park of Keir is built?
Well, I refer to you to an earlier answer where we have issues in terms of capacity for competitions. We don't have one major competition venue in Scotland that's big enough to hold major events. The combination of Park of Keir and Stirling University will give us that opportunity. Doesn't exist right now. So that's your answer to your question.
So these are going to be new competitions or competitions for more people?
There's going to be a range of answers to that in terms of our solutions. As I say, if you look at the Scottish Indoor Championships, a national event, the 32 players were actually turned away from that event because there wasn't the capacity. That's something that we want to resolve, obviously, and working in partnership with Park of Keir between Stirling University and Park of Keir would give us that opportunity as one example. To actually have a tournament where we're not turning people away from our sport, and there are many other examples. Another area is junior tournaments, ratings tournaments, where quite often it's very difficult to get as many courts as we need throughout Scotland, and again, children are turned away from events because there's not capacity in the draw. It's an unusual challenge for a governing body that we've actually got demand that we're not satisfying. So that's a key point here in this Park of Keir facility.
But the key point being that there is still a lot of competitions taking place. They're just being swamped by people, so those competitions will move from the existing points to Park of Keir to accommodate more people, an entirely reasonable proposition for the governing body, but of course the location that was holding the competitions will therefore lose out on that benefit.
I'll just come back. I'm not sure if that was a question or not, but quite often, ironically, you might find that's a negative. Actually, that might be a positive for certain locations. We, as a governing body, have to twist arms sometimes for venues to actually host events. And quite often we can't afford to pay the full rate. So actually, for the venue to support the event, they actually may lose money or not get the full cost of the court. So from that context, I'm sure you'd understand there's a balance here in terms of the competition approach.
And a final point, coming back to the issue of multi-sport facilities, you've suggested that in your experience the multi-sport direction is clearly the direction to go. The difficulty that we have as a community is that an awful lot of the different activities that you've discussed already take place in community-owned or community-run facilities in our communities. The risk is that we have a dilution of their usage and that people go out to Park of Keir, drive out to Park of Keir, take part in facilities there, and that then leads to a reduction in the sustainability of our own existing facilities. Would you not think that that's something that needs to be taken into account in the total sustainability?
Well, I would rather see activity under one roof in various locations throughout Scotland, one being this area, which is all about local needs and to the benefit of the local community. On a not-for-profit basis, which is this proposal. I don't see why people should profit from people's ill health, do you? So the private sector exists in this community, and if Park of Keir or any facility that we support is actually satisfying the community's needs in a not-for-profit manner and is designing in facilities that exist in the private sector, for example, gyms, then I think that's a very good thing for the community.
I wasn't suggesting the difference between private and public. My concern as a community councillor is the community-run facilities, which are most decidedly not private facilities, but which are at risk of losing some of their membership and some of their activities, which help to cover their overheads, and therefore these community facilities will be more at risk and more diminished. I accept there are private sports facilities and such like. I'm not worried about them. They will stand on their own 2 feet commercially. But I am concerned about the local community supported facilities which have an awful lot of volunteer input from within the community. And they are the ones which I have concern about. And you're suggesting that you would quite happily see those go down the drain and a much bigger multi-sport facility be provided in one place.
That's not what I said, and I think you know that. The private sector has grown considerably over the last few years. The budget gym sector has grown considerably. That is an entirely profitable business. In my old role for 10 years, I was competing against it. The powers that be and the partners that I was involved with over the last 10 years said the public sector could not compete with the private sector. That has been now proven not to be the case. We can compete with the private sector. It's all about putting on quality at a low price point to give value for money. And if we deliver value for money for the community will vote with their feet and use those facilities and enjoy them and benefit from them. That's the strategy here. And is this a case of one facility then closes down lots of other facilities? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it's about making sure that it is complementary. I think, having looked at it in depth in terms of the range of facilities in private sector and public sector and community assets around this area, that this will be complementary to that area. If anything, it's a threat to the private sector, not the public sector.
I suspect we'll beg to differ on that. I have made no reference to the private sector. You raised the private sector. It is the community-run facilities and the community-run halls that rely on these kinds of events, which are very handy for a lot of people who can't drive, who have no access to a car, and all that we run the risk of is diluting the provision and some of the current provision disappearing up the road to the Keir roundabout. And that is a real concern for any community, to see things disappear out of their community-run facilities into another facility in a separate place.
Just to answer that point, in terms of my career as a professional in the sports industry over many years, it is quite the reverse. Building significant infrastructure for sports facilities of this nature creates market, and if you're smart about it, which I think this is being smart in terms of its facility mix, it's complementary to the existing infrastructure where it needs to be and competing where it needs to be. So to raise the point about the public sector, I think it will compete against certain public sector facilities, private sector facilities, but be complementary to the facilities and the community that we need it to be complementary to. So I'm very confident about that.
Okay, I just have one question to try and clear my lines on a point that you've been making throughout, Mr. Dodds. When we were talking about golf, it was indicated on behalf of the appellant that local golf clubs had nothing to lose from this facility because the facility was providing something very different, and it was the sort of facility that if you were a serious golfer you wouldn't want to be involved with because your handicap would be at risk. I can't quite see the read across to tennis on that. If you're a club player, but you're not necessarily wanting competitive tennis, and you start using the facilities at Park of Keir, which are potentially better than the ones that you're leaving behind, why would you go back to the club that you've left?
No, I understand the question. There is some overlap and some similarities, and there's some differences, so I'll try and explain. Tennis does have a club infrastructure which is obviously vitally important, similar to golf. But there is obviously, like golf, a competitive nature to that club membership. So what we find is that a lot of the club members compete in local leagues at different standards. So therefore, that is one of the main drivers to remain a club member, to be associated with the club and its league system.
Can we just interject there and say let's rule out the competitive club members. Let's look at those members of the club who don't play in teams, those who only compete with the people that they find on the courts when they go. why would they then go back to the club, having found there was something better at Park of Keir?
Well, it's you know, in terms of the club members, though, you know, what we actually find is a high proportion of club members actually play in the leagues. You know, that's actually a fact. So there's not a huge percentage of club members who don't play some form of competitive tennis in different entry standards, to club standard to county standard. So that's number one. But I take your point. If there is a small number of people in a club who are not playing competitively, what is the reason to stay in that club? Again, the feedback and track record of facilities that have been driven forward over the last few years, like Virgin's, like David Lloyd, Sportas, all with indoor tennis facilities, actually support the local club network. And quite often, and I'm assuming this is going to happen in this facility, in this scenario, the local clubs will actually rent time and have club nights and social nights and team training, all sorts of different approaches within an indoor facility like Park of Keir. So, you know, it's actually supporting and assisting the club, but actually inherently people like to belong to a club. And the ideal scenario is having a club membership, a sense of belonging in the community, but with an access to indoor facilities so we can get all year round play. That's the key driver.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Culler.
Thank you, sir. I just want to raise one matter with Mr. Blaine, which I think might usefully tie up a lot of the themes. Mr. Blaine, I think I can maybe just read this to you to save you having to go and look. But this is the precognition that's been lodged by Jane Brooks Burnett on behalf of Stirling Council. And so if you want to take a reference, it's paragraph 4.5. I will read a couple of sentences. It's at the foot, the paragraph numbers, the pages don't actually have numbers, but it's at the foot of the page. And what she says is, however, it is recognised that the provision of the golf facility is linked with that of the tennis facility, that the combination of the two facilities provide a wider sports offer to participants, and that there could be a symbiotic relationship between the two. Furthermore, the land take involved would mean that a suitably sized site within an urban location would be difficult to achieve. So, Mr. Blaine, Mr. Dodds, in your evidence this afternoon, you've touched many times on multi-sport. You have been asked many times about why this site, why here. The comment there from Jane Brooks Burnett about the difficulties of finding a site within a suitably sized site within an urban location. What does that tell you about reasons for siting it at this location?
Yeah, I mean, obviously corroborates the opportunity. We're not inundated with opportunities to develop facilities for our sport. So it's a huge opportunity to take a massive step forward for our sport here in Scotland, which will hopefully have, I think, huge positive repercussions moving forward. So yeah, it ties in with making the most of what is a fantastic opportunity and a very positive one for tennis.
Thank you, Mr. Dodds. That was all the re-examination I had, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Dodds. Right, we have time, I think, for another witness, but let's take a break of another 10 minutes and resume at 4:15. Collar, would you like to introduce your next witness?
Thank you, sir. The next witness for the appellants is Mrs. Judy Murray. Before we start Mrs. Murray's evidence, sir, Just to bring you up to date with timing issues, Mrs Murray unfortunately is not available tomorrow. Today is going slightly slower than we were anticipating. So what I would suggest, subject to views of other parties, is we get as far as we can with Mrs Murray's evidence tonight, and then we could hold over the rest of her evidence, and she's able to make her diary available for Wednesday. And the appellant would then proceed with other witnesses tomorrow to make best use of inquiry time.
Right, it's always my preference not to split a witness's evidence if that's at all possible. Would it not make more sense to hear the witness whose evidence we could complete today and then hold over Mrs Murray's entire evidence until Wednesday? I would have to ask the other parties whether that would suit them. It's just far from ideal to start witnesses' evidence and then leave it to one side when it's much easier to deal with things when the evidence is all fresh in our minds.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with that. I'd understood that Mr Dale was going to be available today, and that I thought was going to be the ideal person that could be interposed to give evidence. I also agree with you, sir. It's far preferable to have, it's actually better for the witness themselves to have all of their evidence done in one go, and it's highly unsatisfactory to break cross-examination.
Yeah, there's also the sort of PERDA rules that apply in the meantime, so it makes it a bit of an uncomfortable wait. I'm really in your hands, but it doesn't strike me as the best arrangement.
Well, sir, I hear the comments that have been made, but equally I'm conscious it's 4:20, and by the time Mrs Murray reads her precognition and I've got some supplementary questions, that probably takes us up until about 5 o'clock anyway, so it's not actually breaking her cross-examination. It would just be leaving her cross-examination to start on Wednesday morning.
I don't want to labour the point, but equally we could potentially get a complete witness done in the same time.
Well, sir, I think in that circumstance we'll maybe call Mr Dale then rather than Mrs Murray. If you could maybe give us a few minutes just to engineer the change. Thank you, sir. The next witness for the appellant is Mr David Dale from the Dunblane Soccer Club. Mr Dale, you've submitted a precognition. I think in common with the other witnesses so far, we could take the first section as read. So if I could ask you to go to section 2, which is headed up Sport and Recreation Football, and ask you to read that section, and then also your summary and conclusions. So it's really just to read from 2 until the end.
Good afternoon. I am chair of the local community club providing coaching and participation in matches of various formats for over 300 young people ranging in age from 6 to 18, and now includes an amateur adult team which is formed this year. The vast majority of our players come from Dunblane, it being our aim as a community club to provide the opportunity to play football primarily to youngsters from our town. In recent years our playing membership has increased and we now have 11-a-side teams, for example. For a number of years now we have been aware as a club of the constraints that our lack of good playing facilities places on our club's development. Many of our teams trained on the old Astro pitch at Dunblane High School, which for a number of reasons was very much less than ideal. For a number of years we have had concerns about the suitability of that surface for the health of our players, the pitch offering little or no cushioning underfoot, with some of our teams having to travel to Stirling, Alloa or Calendar to train on better surfaces. For the 11-a-side teams, which are aged 12, we have the problem which many clubs face of grass pitches such as the ones in Dunblane at the Lay Hills being in poor condition or unplayable altogether. Finding playable pitches in Dunblane for our home games has been challenging, despite the Council's assistance in making available to us 2 additional grass pitches at the Dunblane High School. Through our discussions with the Park of Keir partnership, they have offered to upsize their original multi-purpose pitch to a full 11-a-side surface and make this available to the Dunblane Soccer Club as an additional home ground for training and fixtures. The committee has for a number of years explored the possibility of upgrading the Dunblane High School Astro pitch or raising funds for a 3G pitch of our own, but there have been significant obstacles in our way, principally finance. It was only after having the opportunity to highlight this issue to the area through the Park of Keir planning process that moves were made to upgrade the facility at Dunblane High School by Stirling Council. This was officially opened on 21st of August this year and is now in use by our club for all age groups. Although this is a very much welcome addition to our local facilities, it will not fully meet the club's needs in terms of capacity requirements for readily accessible practice and match facilities during our season, and especially in the winter months. This is evident in the fact that we have already fully booked all the available time slots for the coming season and maximised its capacity. I would therefore confirm that in terms of Dunblane Soccer Club's ongoing requirements, an additional new 3G pitch as part of the Park of Keir development would be beneficial to our club by providing a second high-quality surface for training and an additional dependable venue for full 11-a-side matches. We understand that the proposed development is intended to be used by local grassroots players, particularly young people, which very much fits in with the profile of our club. Access to 3G pitches is precisely what our club has been aiming for in recent years in order that we can better serve our players and the community of Dunblane. Although we now have this facility at Dunblane High School, the facility at Park of Keir will supplement this pitch. In summary and conclusion, I should perhaps make it clear that I am setting out my personal view as chairman. We have not canvassed opinion from the club's wider membership, nor from the parents of our players. For all the reasons stated above, I personally believe the development would be good for the community and allow Dunblane Soccer Club to be part of the development while enhancing our position as the largest participatory sports club in the area.
Thank you, Mr Dale. I didn't have any questions for you. I anticipate others may, though.
I just have a couple of questions to start off, please, Mr Dale. Just following the saga of the Dunblane High School pitch, when they were seeking funding for that, was the position of your football club part of the justification? Was it both to provide facilities for the school and to provide a football pitch for use by the local football club?
I believe it was both. We had heavily petitioned Stirling Council to improve the surface over the last 3 or 4 years, and we had various discussions with the council and to be honest, didn't really go anywhere until recently, where it was upgraded over the summer. So we believe, having spoken to them, it was both for the school and for our own use, as probably the principal user out of school hours.
For that, so what does the Park of Keir pitch provide, which you wouldn't normally expect? It would strike me that it would be unusual for a local football club such as yours to have 2 3G pitches at their disposal. It sounds a very favourable situation.
Yes, I would agree it's favourable, but I think you've got to look at it in terms of capacity. We've effectively maxed out the capacity at the high school. We have it booked Monday to Friday from 6 to 10 p.m. We have it booked all day Saturday from 9 o'clock in the morning till 5 o'clock in the evening. In terms of usage, we've pretty much got it used fully. We are looking to bring in another new team next year, and at the moment I don't have any capacity for them to play. And also, following discussions with Stirling Council, they intimated that they've had a number of inquiries to use the school pitch, and they haven't been able to give it out to any other club because we have fully booked it out both during the weekend and on the weekends.
So it sounds that the club is thriving. How many teams would that mean you would have, including the U team?
I think we've got eight 11-a-side teams. We just started an adult team this year. That takes us up to about 300 playing members. It's hard to tell. The smaller age groups, they don't really form 11-a-sides. They're sort of 4-a-side, 5-a-side, 7-a-side. It's actually, you know, if I give you some examples, at sort of 7 and 8-year-old, there's something like 30 players at that age group. So you can add it all up. You need a lot of space for 300 kids to be playing football.
Thank you very much. Thank you. No questions from the council. All right. Okay. Mr. O'Carroll.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Mr. Dale, just have some very brief questions for you, and they're just matters of fact and clarification, if you don't mind. I've heard what you said with regard to the desirability of 3G pitches. Again, as somebody who doesn't play indoor football at all, could you clarify for me, please, whether the 3G pitch is based on an artificial or plastic-style surface? I appreciate it's different from AstroTurf, but essentially, am I correct in thinking it's an artificial plastic or plastic-type surface? Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm not an expert on the pitches, but yeah, it's a plastic. We call them AstroTurf, but I don't know if that's a technical term, but certainly it's plastic pitch.
Thank you. Second straightforward question, well, I hope it is that your understanding as to the facility that would be made available to you if the scheme goes ahead, is it your understanding that there'd be artificial lighting or flood lighting of some kind attached to the new pitches that you'd have access to?
I believe that was the case when we had the discussions, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And of the pitch then that we're now talking about, would I be right in thinking that will be a full-size pitch?
Yes, that's correct. I think the initial proposal, it wasn't to be a full-size pitch, and I think it was the discussions we had that, you know, if we were going to support that, that was a requirement for our club. We would need to be a full-size football pitch. And actually, that's one of the issues we've kind of got with the high school. It meets the minimum requirements, and certainly the sizes I've talked to about Park of Keir was full-size football pitch.
And again, to display complete ignorance here, could you tell me what the dimensions of a full-size football pitch are?
There's sort of minimum and maximum. I think the minimum sort of is, I think it's 70 to 110 lengthwise, and I think it's 55 to 75 width. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but it's pretty fairly well documented.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Mr Innes, for your questions.
I have very few questions, sir, but I have a couple. In terms of your relationship with the promoters of the Park of Keir proposal, when was first contact made between your organisation and Park of Keir?
I think the initial approach was actually one of my players' parents approached me and found out about Park of Keir, and they introduced me to the Park of Keir partnership. That was approximately 2 to 3 years ago when the initial discussions took place, and that was at the early planning stage when we were talking about a football pitch on the site.
I'm just keen to know, in terms of your contact with the Park of Keir, who's that been with?
The majority of the time it's been through Alston Burnley.
And in terms of the deal you've reached, what promises have been made to you about the sporting facility?
I think it's fair to say that a deal's probably not the right word. There's certainly nothing in it for us in terms of, nothing in it for the soccer club in terms of enhancement to play there. It's purely on a pay-per-play basis. What we have talked about is that the fees that would be charged for the pitch would be in line with what we currently pay at the pitch at the high school. So that's, if you call that a deal, that's what a deal is, but I don't really see that as a deal. That's just what the fees are for playing.
Has any commitment been made to you about the availability of the new facility in terms of commitment as to when you'd be able to book it?
I think what we had talked about was having a sort of home club status, and that's pretty standard across football, where you're generally granted home club status. Certainly we have that at the high school, and with some discussion with home club status at Park of Keir, we would primarily be given the first option to use it, being a local club and being on the doorstep.
So essentially there'd be some agreement with Park of Keir, whatever entity that may ultimately be, that you would get first booking of the facility, first chance to book it throughout the season. Would that be the sort of how you anticipate it works?
I think as a local club, I mean, you know, we would be first choice in terms of using the pitch, and rather than somebody travelling from further afield. I mean, the nearest club is in Bridge of Allen, Riverside. So yeah, I mean, I think that agreement, and we've been talked about that. So yeah, we're looking to get first choice on the pitch.
So just to be clear, you haven't got that status as it currently stands?
To be honest, it's not an issue, because we've got the pitch. We haven't agreed formally anything because it's too early in the stage to do that. You know, that would only be once the pitch is further down the line. But I don't see that being an issue, to be quite honest.
Our nearest football club is in Bridge of Allen, is that correct? Yeah.
Sorry, the nearest club to Dunblane Soccer Club is in Bridge of Allen. They're based down at the Hawes Park in Bridge of Allen.
And do they have access to a 3G pitch?
I don't know. I don't know what their facilities are, so I don't know what their agreements they've got.
I just see a delicious disagreement between locating a facility bang between Dunblane and Bridge of Allen, and essentially Dunblane already having a 3G pitch and Bridge of Allen not. Can you not see that there's the potential for perhaps some competition for the facility?
To be honest, we work very closely with the clubs in the area. As part of Forth Valley Development Football Association, we do have regular meetings. We do agree on most things. I don't think it would be an issue, to be honest. And if we were sharing it, it wouldn't be an issue either. It's about getting boys to play football and getting all year round surfaces, which we don't have just now. So we can only see it as being a benefit to the area, where we can use a pitch that's available all year round. At the moment, give you an example, last year we never played a game of football for 3 months because of lack of facilities. So, you know, we see it as a benefit from that point of view.
Having probably watched some Scottish football during that period, I think I probably wished I hadn't seen it either, but it's fully noted.
Okay, questions on behalf of the Community Council, please.
Just a couple of questions, David. I totally get the capacity issue you had last year, and I know for several years the community's been striving to get this upgrade. The high schools really needed the upgrade, and thankfully, finally, it's been provided. Given that that is there now, the issues you had last year presumably are pretty much non-existent at the moment.
I don't think they're non-existent. They've been relieved, yet definitely much better than what it was. Give you some examples just now. There is probably not one team that's got the slot that they've wanted. They're having to share slots. They're having to share parts of the pitch. So that's what I'm saying. We've really maximised the capacity on the new pitch, which, don't get me wrong, gratefully received. But we still have a bit of a capacity issue. That, you know, if you ask me what it was, I think we're at least 50% more required. Would be my view. So yeah, it's relieved it, but it's not solved. It's not took the problem away totally.
So if you've still got an issue, are you using the facilities you used in previous years to make up the shortfall? I think you mentioned you went to other places for training, etc. So is that still happening just now?
Only on an ad hoc basis. I mean, we used 3 facilities out with Dunblane, but we're not into the winter yet, so I can't really give you an answer to that. That generally starts probably the end of this month, right through when the weather starts getting a bit worse. I don't envisage us too much, but again, we're getting around it by sharing pitches, sharing, you know, smaller pitch. If we had an ideal scenario, we'd have more of the pitch. It's not really a finance issue, it's just more of a capacity issue.
And if you had the money to spend yourself on building another 3G pitch at Keir Roundabout or one in the vicinity of Dunblane High School, where would you build it?
I think that's a kind of unfair question. I'm just interested in getting boys playing football on pitches.
And girls, I assume.
Apologies. Yeah, good point. We're actually trying to form a girls' team this year. Again, I've nowhere to put them just now. So yeah, girls' team, absolutely. We'll try to do that, and I do apologise for that, but old habits die hard. Where it would be, yeah, you know, I think Park of Keir gives us something as well. I think a lot of our members play tennis and play golf, so that swings it for me because you can use that joint facility I talked about. So in terms of multi-sports, you know, I don't know the percentage, but I know there's a large proportion of our players enjoy both golf and tennis and play competitively as well.
Okay, and just on that, is there a reason why you didn't canvass wider within the club and just took it as your own opinion, or did you have informal discussions with any other member?
I think, to be fair, we've had informal discussions. You know, we're very much a voluntary organisation, and I don't think we should be canvassing one way or another. It's up to people to make up their own mind. We've had discussions, and if you asked me where the discussions went, I'd probably say I was more in favour, to be honest. But as I say, as a voluntary grassroots club, I don't think we've got any right to tell people what to do. As a committee, we supported the venture because of what it would bring to the club. But it's up to the individual parents and players beyond that.
And just one final question. You mentioned that the majority of the 300 players are local to Dunblane. Do you have any concept of how many of them turn up? Are there 300 cars turning up to bring them to Dunblane High School, or do they arrive on their own? or under their own steam?
Majority of, obviously, kids, but I can tell there's a lot of cars turning up to Dunblane High School, and even probably ones that live around the corner. So there is, I think there's still a lot of cars come to the high school. Certainly my experience is when we're training, there's a lot of cars in the car park, so there must be travelling from somewhere. We do have players from outside Dunblane. Again, numbers-wise, we've got, I know of players coming from Crieff, as far as Crieff, and certainly a few from Stirling, Bridge of Allen, all round about the area. So there is players coming in to play for our club, and we've got waiting lists at just about every age group as well. So we are a very buoyant club, and we're a growing club. And when I joined it 4 years ago, we had just over 200 members. We're now up to 300. So there's that capacity issue. It's always there for us.
David, can you make a sort of estimate of the kind of demand that you think you put on the Park of Keir? I mean, at the moment you're talking about 4 hours a night, 5 nights a week, plus Saturday and Sunday at the high school. What sort of level of usage would you envisage at Park of Keir?
I think because of the size we're talking about, I think Park of Keir offers us some stuff, some things that the high school doesn't. It's got a bigger pitch. Dunblane High School is quite limited in terms of the size. I don't know if we've talked about size of pitches before, but it's actually quite a very small pitch. It meets the minimum requirements. And Park of Keir gives the opportunity to play more games on it, because, particularly now with an adult team, although we've had the adults on it, it's not ideal. I think we're another 50% capacity on top of what we've got in the round. And that was if we then, because we've got teams sharing half pitches, we've got teams taking a quarter of pitch, we're overlapping hours. If you were to spread that out and do it properly, I think there's another 50% capacity in it, at least.
Just on the issue of what you play on competitively, are most of the games grass, or are they 3G, the competitive games in the leagues, etc.?
It's a mixture of both. I think some teams will play all year in 3G. Some teams will only play in the summer months on grass, and then move on to 3G. It's just Scotland, it's weather, it's all that. But I mean, take some teams, they'll play 3G all year round.
You've obviously had discussions with Park of Keir on upsizing the pitch. When, roughly, did they agree to upsize it?
We had discussions before the last planning process, before the hearing. We discussed it before then, that it would be a full-size pitch, so I can't tell you the exact date, but it was certainly before that, the public meeting we had down at Victoria Hall.
So that would have been sort of September, October, November last year.
Apologies, whenever that was before
that. But that sort of time, not earlier than that. Okay. Are you aware that they haven't altered the plans at all that have been submitted to cater for a full-size pitch?
I think we've had discussions with Alston, and he gave me the assurances that we weren't at that stage where they had to alter the plans, but that would be done in due course as we go through the process.
And they were promising you a full-size pitch, which, according to what I've been able to find out, including runoffs, would be 110 metres by 70 metres. Is that correct?
110 metres by 70 metres would be perfect, yes.
Is that what they promised you?
I don't think there have been any promises made yet, so it's not been a matter of promising, but that's the discussions we had. It would be, maximum we could possibly get, as I say, opposed to the high school, which meets the minimum requirements. So yeah, it's certainly a bigger pitch than what we currently have.
Okay, thank you. No more questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Collar, your further questions?
I don't have any further questions. That was very clear. Thanks, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I think this is a good time to pause the proceedings for today. So we'll resume at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And can you remind us who will be the next witness to take the stand?
Mr. Kumar, sir, on the socio-economic.
Okay, well, thank you all very much. We'll now close the inquiry until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.